launched like that.
So Bob, just checking in here real quick. Are you good to go with what we discussed earlier?
Yeah, we were just kind of chatting about it informally while we're waiting for people to gather. First of all, I think because I messed up and I forgot to bring it up at CAC, I think you should call it out when we amend the agenda. I think you have to amend the agenda for other reasons as well. So if you would call it out, Sam, I'd appreciate that. And then there was some discussion, I guess, discussion on 2 points. One is whether we should have the beginning or the end of the meeting. That can be an agenda point. And then whether or not we have a timer. We'll all be on camera, but Chris can put the timer on the side. So I guess those are the points for discussion.
Okay, very good. I think we're good to go. Who do we have? Sam, Adam, Rachel, Bob, Mark, Aaron, Junie, Mirabai.
Mary was having difficulty finding the link. I just sent it to her.
Okay, very good. So we'll wait for Mary. That's where we are. There's Mary. Okay, so I think that we have all 9 of us here. I'm ready to start. Debbie, are we good to go?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, very good. So I will call to order the special meeting of the Boulder City Council for Tuesday, June 9th. Debbie, could you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a forum.
Very good. Thank you all very much. So the next step for us to do is to amend the agenda. So I'm going to start with some pretty straightforward things. First is item 1A, which is the declaration for Juneteenth. We are going to move that to next week, which is closer to the actual date of Juneteenth. And then the other items were to add 2B and 5A. So 2B is on our consent agenda. It is a alternative first reading for motion 8402 that is just the all-night parking subject. We have another one which includes police issues as well as all-night parking. So we'll talk about that on the consent agenda. And then the other item is to add item 5A, which is a legislative update on police reform about issues at the state and federal level regarding police reform. And finally, we need a motion to suspend our rules of procedure. So we'll do that in a moment. But first, could I get a motion to change items 1A, 2B, and 5A?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Is anyone opposed to changing the agenda in that way? Seeing no objections, that's unanimous. Then another point is we need a motion to suspend the council rules of procedure to allow us to vote on call-ups as item 2. So to do earlier than we would normally do a call-up. And that's just to allow staff to go home one way or the other. So could I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Is anyone opposed to suspending the rules to be able to vote on a call-up? Okay, hearing none, that passes unanimously. Then the last issue for our schedule is Bob had proposed that we have an 8-minute, 46-second moment of silence in honor of George Floyd and all the issues that have been highlighted by his death. And I would ask whether we want to do this at the beginning of the meeting, which is now, or if council would prefer to do this at the end of the meeting. That was given to me to ask. So if there are thoughts on do it now or do it later or not do it at all, I'd entertain all of those.
I'm having it at the end.
Hereby suggests the end. Anyone else have any thoughts?
Yeah, I put my hand up dutifully there.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have that up yet. Apologies, Rachel.
Okay, I didn't want to jump in. I would really prefer that we do it at the end for a couple of reasons. Number one, community members can drop off the call if they don't want to watch. And number two, we will have substantively discussed the underlying issues by that point, so we can hopefully be showing that we're committed to something beyond just minutes of silence and that we're going to take real action. So I think that at the end of the meeting, after we have made some commitments, would make some sense to me.
Okay, very good. Anyone else?
I'm going to agree with I think Rachel makes a really great point. So I'm happy to have us do it at the end, and I think it is important for us to have our discussion around actions first. So thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, great point. I agree.
Okay, so it sounds like then we need to add an item 5A under matters from the mayor and members of council to do a pause for a moment of silence in honor of George Floyd. I have a motion to do that.
Is that 5D, Sam?
I'm sorry, did we are, yeah, I thought, no, 3A, B, and C are matters from city manager. I was gonna bring this up under mayor and city council. So on my,
okay, maybe, so is that 7A then?
Maybe so. I'm looking at my script, which has matters from city managers 3. Let me get to the actual.
I was just looking at the online agenda, and I think at least there it matters from mayor's member of council 7. Not that it matters terribly much, but.
Good, then make it item 7A. So can I get a motion for that?
Moved.
Second.
Any objections? Okay, in that case, we will move that down to the first item under matters from mayor and members of council. So then I have next on my script the call up check-in. Is that right, Debbie?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Okay, and on my official agenda, I have that as after the consent agenda under item 3.
Yes,
so I think maybe we should do the consent first.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so under consent, we have items 2A and 2B. First reading for both. Aaron, you got your hand up?
Yeah, so I just thought I'd explain the purpose of what I asked for on this other item that's not on the consent agenda. So just I sent in a request to CAC on Sunday evening. The original ordinance that was put on the consent agenda addressed 2 items. One was all-night parking and one was obstruction of a police officer. And my request was that we table the obstruction of the police officer question and look at how we want to change our regulations about obstruction holistic, along with the other police policies and procedures review we're going to be going through with Chief Harold throughout this year. So I'm proposing that we move forward tonight, only the new ordinance 8402 for all-night parking, and leave the obstruction question to a more holistic review of policies and procedures. So that's how I'll be voting on the consent agenda.
I personally would prefer to hear both. I'd like to hear about what we have teed up, because my understanding is that the obstruction rules that are being proposed are better for people police officers are making contact with, and it also concerns firefighters as well. So I'd like to at least hear what staff has to say about that. So I'm going to vote for both of them to move forward. And then I think we should discuss a little further. I just haven't done the brushing up on the obstruction. Mary?
Just a quick question.
it's procedural. Would it be appropriate to ask Chief Harold right now about how that might fit in with something holistic rather than doing it, or do we just move it forward and discuss it then and then decide then?
I was proposing we move it forward, discuss it then, and decide then, but I'm happy either way.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Sam, do you mind if I just make one more comment?
No, go for it.
Great. Well, just in terms of making it kind of harder to charge obstruction, the effects of this are a little subtle, and it does actually include a number of new categories under which someone could be charged with obstruction. So I think the impacts could be that it's easier in certain circumstances. Anyway, so I do think it should be part of the larger discussion. I'll just leave it there.
So just to be clear, what we're doing is adopting the state law. So officers could always charge under the state law. So we're not adding any new things that officers couldn't do before. We're just taking away anything that was different under the local law.
Okay. Well, I mean, my opinion is this is consent. If we move them both forward, we can have a full discussion at second reading, and we can hear about what this does or doesn't do. So any other comments on it?
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused procedurally because I have some concerns in line with Aaron's, and I don't know that we want to adopt a state law that maybe the state should be changing. So, for example, it says in there that it's not a defense if the police officer was acting in an illegal manner, and right now I think that's really problematic. So I'm just not sure what to do to not move that forward. Are we voting one way or another right now, or what is?
So the procedural posture here is straightforward. These are first readings. To pass, they both have one or other has to pass on second reading. If you want to just discuss the all-night parking, you should just vote for item 2B. If you want to discuss both of them next week, you should vote for both of them. Or not in 2 weeks. You should vote for both of them and then decide which one to pass then. This is really just a question of timing, not whether you approve either one of them. But if you want to kill the obstruction one now, don't vote for it. And then the other one goes forward.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, I believe that this is worthy of a full discussion, Rachel. Moving it forward on first reading for me is not support or not support for either one of these. So procedurally speaking, this allows us to flesh out the issues you're talking about right now at the hearing about it. But first reading is published by title only, so it hasn't, second reading is the big reading.
And can I jump in real quick? Bob or Tom, you said in 2 weeks we'd have that second reading, but in 2 weeks it doesn't look like we have a council meeting. So was that?
Oh, it must be after the break you're buying.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, then I've got Bob, Mark, and Mirabai. Mirabai, you just spoke, so that's presumably Bob and Mark.
Yeah, I'm with Aaron and Rachel. I get the fact that this is first reading, and we can talk about it in second reading. I'm a little worried about the optics here. I don't want to kill it, as Tom suggested, but I would like to defer the discussion until later. Unfortunately, not everyone in our community understands the distinction between first reading and second reading, and any number of times I have seen daily camera headlines when we pass something on first reading by title only that says Boulder ... And we didn't do the ... We didn't even have the second reading yet. And so I'm afraid that if we pass this by title only, the word out is that we passed an obstruction of justice measure. And Tom, I get the fact that we're trying to align with state law, but I just don't think now is the time to be making these types of changes.
Okay, anyone else? So I would leave it to someone to make a motion.
I had my hand up, Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I skipped you. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm supportive of including both of them, as it's not a substantive decision. It doesn't preclude a more detailed conversation later, and I would like to get the ball rolling on this, however we end up deciding on it. But I think it's appropriate to to commence the process. So I'm going to vote for inclusion of both.
Okay, I see no other hands up. Seeing none, I will take a motion.
Can I make a suggestion, Sam, that we, I don't know how this is going to turn out. Can I make a motion to pass only B, see how it goes? If there's a majority, then I think we're done. If there's not a majority, then someone can make a motion to pass A. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So I move that we pass on first reading ordinance 8402 by title only. That is, I'm moving for consent item 2B only.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. So hold it. Mark, you're voting in favor of just the parking?
Yeah, for that, on the basis of what Bob indicated, yes.
So what Bob moved, and just to make sure we're all clear on what we're voting on, Bob moved that we just speak about the all-night parking of commercial vehicles and not pick up obstructing a peace officer.
We would not subsequently be deciding what to do about A?
We can do that, but I think Bob's motion is to pass the consent agenda, just item 2B.
Okay, then my hand is down.
Okay, so we've got Adam, Bob, Rachel, and Aaron. That's 4. All, okay, so that motion, all opposed to passing just B. Okay, I see 4 opposed. Junie, we don't have you as voting. Did you vote for one of the two?
I did.
Okay. Did you vote just for 2B, which is just the all-night parking?
Yes.
Okay, so that passed 5-4. I didn't see your hand, Junie. So we will talk about, we will not pass ordinance 8396. We'll instead pass motion 84, what's the final bit?
8402.
8402. Okay, so 8402 passes. And that's what we'll be discussing on second reading.
Okay, thanks for entertaining my proposal.
Sure. Okay, next we have the call-up check-in. And so, Debbie, do you want to take us through that?
For call-up tonight, you have a concept plan review for 3 vacant lots at 4775 and 4649 Spine Road, totaling 9.8 acres with a new residential development with 268 residential units in 10 buildings. The development is proposed to include 25% permanently affordable housing or 68 units. On the southernmost lot, proposed residential units consist of studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. And I believe this is the Celestial Seasonings.
And so I don't see any hands up here. Would somebody like to mirror by?
Yeah, I'd like to call it up.
Okay, so we have a motion to call this up. Any discussion?
I mean, do I need to have any right now, or?
No, I just have a question for Mirabai. So I just wanted to know what outcomes you're looking for out of a concept review.
So I think I just texted you, but there's multiple issues, and I'm taking these directly from the many people that have reached out to me on this project. So it ranges from the walkability that it scored, the lack of traffic study that has not been done, the decreased bus routes that are now happening on Spine, the number of vacant apartments in the area, the carrying capacity of Gun Barrel that staff themselves have stated is massively over their capacity at the moment, wildlife concerns, density concerns, mass concerns, separation of affordable housing concerns, to name a few. And another big one is the open space, not to be confused with capital O, capital S. However, the open space surrounding the development.
Separation of open space. So they're, I'm sorry, so separation of affordable housing or open space? I'm sorry.
So separation of affordable housing is pushed to the one, it's basically segregated from the rest of the development. And so I've heard a number of concerns that it's not mixed in with the development rather than being pushed to one side of one end of the development. But then there's also concerns about the open space, meaning not capital O, capital S for, you know, like open space in mountain parks, but the open space associated with what a project is required to have within the development area.
We got Bob and then Aaron.
Thanks for that, Mirabai. That was very helpful. I'm not opposed to having a discussion about all the things that Mirabai suggested and anything else that council members would like to talk about. I think those are good things, and of course concept reviews are binding feedback, so I think property owners are always appreciative of having that feedback before they spend the money in preparation for site review. So I think that that's a great discussion to have either tonight or if council would prefer to schedule it at a different time, that's fine too. I'm a little bit worried about the time. Call-up, I think, technically requires a public hearing, and I believe that the planning board's public hearing on this was quite lengthy, and I'm a little bit worried about the amount of time that it might take to conduct a public hearing. So that's my one concern. I think a robust discussion, all the things that Mirabai talked about and anything else people want to discuss is just fine, again, tonight or later. To provide that feedback to the developer. But if we can figure out a way to have that discussion without a lengthy public hearing, I'm afraid we're going to lose effectively a full council meeting at a time when we have a lot of other topics coming up, including the discussions around municipalization, which I know are going to probably take up a fair amount of our time in July. The ballot measures, our continuing budget issues, our continuing COVID responses. I think we just have a lot of work to do over the next couple of months. I'm a little bit worried about losing a council meeting on a lengthy public hearing. So if we can figure out a way to have the discussion that Mirabai suggested without a public hearing, I would be supportive. If we must have a public hearing for call-up, then I guess I'll vote against call-up.
Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for that, Bob. I think as I understand it, the planning board had a very thorough hearing on this question, heard a great deal from members of the public, and I think that, like Mirabai had said, a lot of that input has been funneled onto us already. So what I would propose would be that each of us could give a few sentences about our what we think about the project and the direction that's going in, and if any changes we might recommend or ask for, and do that this evening rather than call it up and have a separate hearing, since it did get a good hearing in front of planning board.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm with Bob and Aaron on this one. I wouldn't want to spend a lot of time when we're in the middle of a couple of crises. I would much rather have a full meeting dedicated to police reform myself. So because we're getting public feedback at planning board and we won't get it again when it comes back to us for site review, I would not call it up and just have the discussion.
Okay, no hands are up. I'm going to support calling this up. I think we should always call up concept plans for really big developments. This is big in the sense that it triggered, it's 10 acres, so it triggered the site plan review requirement for that reason alone. So I think scheduling is something we can work out. I don't think that it needs to be an either or thing. I want to have a robust discussion on police oversight and other issues of racial equity. I don't think this is an either or discussion. Last week, we heard from lots of council members who were opining that we needed to pay more attention to what's going on in Gun Barrel. And I think if you ask the people who live in Gun Barrel, this would be one of the things that they would like to see us look at and talk about. I feel like calling things up a concept plan is good, because calling things up at site plan review is a very difficult thing to do. The developers have sunk maybe $1 million into detailed planning at that point. And so calling up a site plan review is very fraught, and council tends not to do that now that we can call it concept plans. So I think we should look at this at the concept level. I don't know that there will be as many people who turn out at the concept plan review. The night that planning board heard this, they also heard the comp plan, which had several things around Twin Lakes. So I guess for me, I think this is the appropriate time to have a look at this project. We can try and do in 15 minutes what Aaron suggested, but I think we would be much better served to hear in detail about it. We don't have staff tonight to make a presentation, for example, and I want to hear from what the neighbors have to say. So Mirabai, I have your hand up, and Adam, Mark, and Bob. Mirabai, do you have other things you'd like to comment on?
Yeah, so I'll just agree with Sam on that, and I will say, as again, I think a more representative sample myself, being in the Gun Barrel area, I think it's unprecedented to not have the public speak on an issue that's so big. And for those who don't live in this area, maybe it's not a concern for you, but I can darn well tell you that it's a darn big concern for the residents here. For the showing that they made it at planning board, I think it should be very clear. And again, after speaking to many of the leaders of the new groups that are forming, these are many tax-paying residents. They're not the county ones that I know many of you want to dismiss. These are tax-paying Boulder citizens. And so giving them their day in court at this level is extremely important, especially if we're talking about wanting to be inclusive and having a democracy here. To have this represented in this way is just almost appalling to me. So I will be strongly supporting this for the residents that live here.
So Adam, Mark, and Bob. Adam, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to say, as far as time commitments go, I realize none of us like extra meetings, but if it's a matter of putting something on extra to accomplish this, then I'm willing to do that. I don't want to shortchange any of the very large topics that we need to be talking about, but our job is to do for the community, and both police oversight and concept reviews are for the community. So in my mind, if we got to do more work, then we got to do more work.
Thank you, Adam. Mark, and then Bob. Mark?
Yeah, I was initially very reluctant to call this up at the concept plan level, but I am persuaded by what Mirabai has said, and I agree with what Adam has said. This is the consequential project for Gun Barrel at the moment, and if we're going to be serious about providing for community input, we ought to be doing this, and we ought to be identifying the issues that surround the project, and give some feedback to the developer before they go and spend money as to what we think is satisfactory and what is not. So again, with some reluctance, I have been persuaded, and I'm going to support calling it up.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. Bob?
I just wanted to clarify something that Sam said. Planning board was scheduled to take up both this concept plan and the comp plan on the same night, but because more than 200 people attended the planning board meeting and it went very, very late on the concept plan, they were actually not able to get to the comp plan that night. They had to defer that until another specially scheduled meeting. And so I just wanted to clarify that they were not able to get both things done. It took an entire meeting for them. And I think, unfortunately, that Adam is right. I think if there's a majority that wants to call this up, I think we are going to have to schedule a special meeting, because otherwise we're going to have to sacrifice some of the other things that we're trying to tackle during the month of July. And I'm afraid that it would be zero sum, that something would have to go away. So if there's a majority that wants to call this up, I would support Adam's suggestion that we schedule a special meeting for that.
Okay. Very good. So this was close enough that I didn't do a straw poll before we heard from everyone who wanted to speak. Mary?
Yeah, I just had a couple of things I wanted to say about calling it up. One is that, Mirabai, if the folks that you spoke with, you could have a conversation with them and just ask that they organize in such a way that their testimonies aren't repeating the same point, that they pull time together and coordinate their testimonies so that each of them is bringing forward different points. I think that could be really helpful. I've seen that done in the past, and I don't think that 100 people saying the same thing is very helpful, but I would appreciate if people pulled their testimonies together and coordinated in such a manner that could be helpful. So that's one point. And then the other point is, I was persuaded by Sam, who last week we were talking about how gun barrel is often not given the attention that it needs. So for that reason, I would call it up. And I also just wanted to say that this is not something that we are going to deny. The property owners have their right to develop that property. And then the other point I wanted to make is that I would not be in favor at all of moving prairie dogs from that private property and onto public property. So those are the points that I wanted to make as of now, but I would also be okay with having a special meeting to just do this.
Thank you, Mary. Mirabai, one last statement, and then I'm going to call the vote.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'll ask the residents to do that, but I think, again, coming from their side of this, that them showing up in mass is trying to get your guys' attention to realize that this is a project they do not want in their neighborhood, and that the scope, mass, and a ton of the other issues that I already raised don't float real well with them, and I don't think that they feel they have any other way of getting your attention other than to show up in this way. So just to give you all a heads up.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I think I will call for a vote on this. Mirabai made a motion to call it up. Does anyone want to second that?
Sure.
Okay, so we got a second from Mark. All in favor of calling up the concept plan, raise your hand. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so on a 5-4 vote, we will call up the concept plan for the Celestial Seasoning development. Okay, very good. Getting to the next item.
Hey, just aid CAC, Sam, if I could just jump in. Adam suggested, and I agreed, and I think Mary agreed, that we have schedule a special meeting for this. Any other discussion from council so that CAC can do some calendaring next Monday?
So I got a chat that reminds us that we have it scheduled tentatively for the 21st. Jane, you sent that to me. Could you tell us how long we have for that as a reminder?
I don't have it up on my screen, but I believe that we scheduled that for 150 minutes. So 2.5 hours.
Got it, which should probably be enough to get through that. And you said that was in July. I'm pulling up my July.
It's the second regular meeting in July, so July 21st.
Yep, I got it here. And so it looks like that meeting is currently scheduled for right at 4 hours with 3 hours set aside for that concept plan review. So Bob, to your point, we already have a placeholder, and at CAC we can talk about whether we want to move it to a special meeting. Is that good enough?
No, I was aware of that. I had heard some suggestions about having a special meeting. I just wanted to see if there was an interest in holding a special meeting so we could put other things on the July 21st meeting.
Rachel, and then Adam.
I have an aside. There are some cars driving up and down my street with signs that say defund the police, and I appreciate activism and am grateful to people out there doing good work, but it's driving my dogs crazy. It's really stressing them out. So I'm just going to ask the community to be kind to my dogs. I have heard your message. We will certainly be discussing that tonight. So please stop stop driving up and down my block with that sign if you could. I don't know if anybody else is having that treatment, but it's not good for the dogs.
Great. Well, I'll go look in a moment. Adam?
Yeah, I'm also on board for just figuring a special meeting in, then it gets to take as long as it takes, and we get to fill our regular agenda with items that I think are also going to be very important in the near future, considering where we're at right now as a country, as a state, as a city.
Okay. Well, I think the way I read this, Bob, is I heard from at least 4 council members that a special meeting would be something that could be called for in this circumstance. So I think CAC has the latitude to add that if we want to. Does anyone object to a special meeting? Let me solicit for that right now. Anybody who doesn't want a special meeting in July?
No, it's fine. I mean, I think it's going to take a lot longer than 150 minutes, so you may need a special meeting.
Mm-hmm. We have it scheduled for 180 for what it's worth.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
It may go longer than that too.
I hope not. I hope that Mary's exhortation to Mirabai gets heard by people, and we can talk about how other groups have done that effectively in the past. Regardless, CAC will take that up. Thank you all for your input on that. And then if there's nothing else here and I don't see any hands up, I think we're good to continue on.
Okay, next on the agenda is matters from the city manager. And the first item is the legislative update on police reform. And I believe Carl Castillo is waiting to speak to you.
Yeah, here's
all right, Jen.
Yeah, good evening, council members. Carl Castillo, Chief Policy Advisor, City Manager's Office. I've been asked to provide you an update on Senate Bill 217, which is a major police accountability and reform bill that was approved by the state Senate today with just 1 vote short of a unanimous support. It's expected to be heard in the House tomorrow. And with that level of support, we fully expect it to be approved by the end of the week with minimal additional changes. Your council's Intergovernmental Affairs Committee was briefed on this morning, and they heard some of staff's preliminary concerns and some of the amendments that have been made since then that have addressed many of these concerns. The committee recognized that there may be still revisions that may be required, perhaps addressed in future years, but overall they thought that this was a good and an important measure, and for that reason they're recommending to council that the city lend its full support behind it. The bill is 21 pages long, and there are a lot of details, so at the risk of oversimplification, I want to provide a brief summary of the major parts of the bill. Beginning with body cameras, the bill requires police officers to have body cameras and to activate them in certain situations. It requires footage to be made available publicly within 21 days after a complaint of misconduct is received. It creates a permissive inference of misconduct when the cameras were not activated and there's a claim of misconduct. It basically suggests that the footage that is missing would have reflected misconduct on the part of the officer. It has a section on transparency, creating a need for new reporting by local law enforcement agencies to the state on a variety of things, including the use of force that results in death or serious bodily harm, the resignation of peace officers while under investigation, contacts conducted by the peace officer, and other things. It has a section on racial profiling, which requires an objective justification for making stops. It has a section on enforcement in response to protests. Specifically, it prohibits projectiles aimed at that target the head, the pelvis, or the back, or that are indiscriminately discharged. It also prohibits the deployment of chemical agents without adequate warning. In all situations of force, it limits certain things such as when deadly force can be used, and also puts an outright ban on the use of chokeholds. It requires officers to intervene to attempt to prevent or to stop other officers who are using excessive force. And then finally, finally, it creates a new cause of action under state law that subjects peace officers to personal liability. In doing so, it prevents the application of the so-called qualified immunity for such claims. It requires reasonable attorney fees and costs to be awarded to the prevailing plaintiff. And it also prevents full government indemnification of the officer for claims when the actions were taken without a good faith and reasonable belief that the action was lawful. So that in a nutshell is the major components. Like I said, there's many more. And for everything I said, there's quite a bit of detail and quite a bit of nuance. So I would encourage everybody to look into those details before making any complete assumptions about what is required. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions about this. I guess I'll quickly mention that there is a bill that has been introduced at the federal level that has to do with police accountability and has some overlap with these matters. The committee did not hear about that today. What they did ask is for the staff to look into it, to review it, and to develop a recommendation and to forward that to the committee. The committee would then make a recommendation and bring that back to you at a subsequent date when we will have had time to review it. And for that matter, at that point, it will hopefully have been formally introduced in the House. So that's all I have at this point.
Great. Thank you, Carl. It seems to me that the ask here is that we ask any questions that we have of Carl, make any comments that we might have, and then the question before council is, do you accept the legislative committee's recommendation to support what's at the state right now? So I don't see any hands. I would accept a motion if one would like to make it about let's support Aaron.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and move that we as a council will support. It's currently before the legislature.
Second.
Okay, so is anyone object to that? Seeing no objections, that's unanimous support for accepting the legislative committee recommendation. So Carl, I think you're good to go on that.
Great.
Thanks, Carl.
Jane?
Yeah, we're on to the next item. Debbie, do you want to read that?
Sure. Your next item tonight is the police oversight discussion, and I believe that Chief Harold and the Police Oversight Committee is going to do some presenting as well.
Right. So the first presenter is Amy Kane, who is our Equity Program Manager, and she's been leading this initiative, and that will be followed by Chief Harold. Amy?
Hi, thank you so much. Good evening, Council. Thank you for your continued support of this work, and thank you for allowing the time for us to present the work of the Police Oversight Implementation Team. As Jane mentioned, and most of you know me, my name is Amy Kane, and I am the city's Equity Program Manager. I've been supporting the work of the implementation team and the task force along with my colleague Pam Davis, the community members on the implementation team since last year. So thank you again. I'm here going to do the presentation part, and then Pam and I will be available for questions after that. If I could get the next slide, please. So this is the agenda for this evening. We're going to provide a little bit of background since some of you weren't participating last year on council when the Police Oversight Task Force was formed, and give some more information about Ordinance 8361, which was passed last October. And then in the 2020 Police Oversight Implementation Team progress to date, which includes a reimagined police oversight panel with an independent police monitor. After that, we'll talk a little bit about our next steps and then have some questions. And then I'm going to turn it over to Police Chief Harold so she can talk a little bit about her overall plan for police reform. Next slide, please. So after the March 1st, 2019 incident between community member Zaid Atkinson and ex-officer John Smiley, the council hosted a community listening session where the community demanded independent police oversight system be established. So before I continue, I think it's really important to acknowledge that since March 2019 and long before we had visible evidence with cell phone footage, that there have been multiple incidents between police and people of color across the country. Many of those end in the death of people across our nation during these encounters with police. And so the perpetuation of systemic racism in our country needs to be recognized, and Boulder is no different in its need for police reform. So in April of 2019, City Council chartered a community police oversight task force who was tasked with exploring oversight models that would best meet the needs of the city of Boulder. And the task force convened their work in May of last year. And through their work, they focused on four kind of goal areas. One was to develop an oversight model for community complaints that are independent from the police department. Provide procedural improvements regarding how complaints are filed, investigations are monitored, and the role that the community plays in reviewing internal investigations. They also wanted to create a system to better analyze police department trends and policy so they can make recommendations and enhance the mechanism for community outreach and engagement for the police department and the Office of the Independent Monitor. Next slide, please. The initial task force, this is a picture of them working last summer, was comprised of 13 community members, one representative from the Police Officers Union, one representative from the DA's office, and one representative from the Public Defender's office. All of our meetings were facilitated by an outside facilitator, Dr. Carolyn Love. And over the course of 6 months, the initial task force contributed over 1,500 hours learning about different police oversight models, speaking with members of the community, hearing from other oversight practitioners, including Nick Mitchell of the Independent Monitor. He's the Independent Monitor for the City and County of Denver, as well as researching best practice through the National Association for Civilian Oversight in Law Enforcement. The initial task force finalized its work with the passing of Ordinance 8361, and this created an auditor-monitor combination oversight model with an 11-member police oversight panel. Some key points about the ordinance that were also in your memo packet include the future hiring of an independent police monitor who can accept complaints involving police employees, monitor the internal investigations to ensure that there's an objective, thorough, and high-quality investigation, and develop recommendations to improve police services and policies. The monitor will be hired by and report to me as the equity program manager and be located in the municipal building, so it will be separate from the police department. Additionally, the monitor will act as the liaison and provide staff support to the community police oversight panel. So their role is really to help build relationship with community and police department employees, and really talks about analyzing data in collaboration with the monitor to make policy, program, and training recommendations to the police chief. The new panel would also provide feedback on the performance of the monitor to ensure that community has input on the performance of that individual, and will also be a forum to gather community concerns about incident-specific police actions and build community relations with the police department and community. So one of the things that was also highlighted in the original ordinance was the request to form an implementation team with a subset of original task force members so they could continue the work with city staff in forming out the details of this process. The strengths, next slide, please. Office mates. Sorry about that. I too have dogs. The strengths of this model include the monitor is independent from, but a partner to the police department. Complaints from community members and police officers can be taken outside of the police department, so that gives better community trust and confidence in the process. The monitor working in a separate building from the police department makes it more accessible for our community members, and the monitor can also make disciplinary action or disciplinary recommendations with a full picture and understanding of repeat complaints and potential corrective actions that may be necessary. This model also also offers the opportunity, as I mentioned before, to make policy recommendations for the police department after they've had the opportunity to really analyze the data and trends. So next slide, please. Apologies. On January of 2020, the Police Oversight Implementation Team began its work, and they've been meeting every 2 weeks to work through the implementation elements of the ordinance. There was just one session that we had to miss due to the pandemic, but we have maintained meeting via Zoom like I mentioned, every 2 weeks. And so the implementation team is made up of a subset of the original task force members, as well as city managers, staff from the city manager's office, from our police department, and also our innovation and technology team. The committee identified 4 components where they're really focusing this work, and that is the role of the independent monitor. So they really worked hard to put together the position description for the independent police monitor, and also design the interview process for the position. Due to the complex nature of this role, we've been working with an outside recruiter to help us as we've been hosting a national search for this position. The police oversight panel, they've also been focusing on that component, including the structure of the panel, the role, and the recruitment opportunities for finding the best community members to participate on that panel. They've also been working to go through the complaint investigation review process and identify the touch points with the current internal affairs process and how those will weave together in the new model. And then they're also looking at different types of community engagement mechanisms to ensure that we are hearing from all voices in the community, particularly those who are most hard to reach or have a lack of trust with our police department and the government. So the teams identified some issues within the current ordinance, and they've been working really hard to look through opportunities for moving forward, in addition to preparing information that will be memorialized in accompanying guidebooks for the independent police monitor, for the police oversight panel, and the complaint investigative process. Next slide, please. So I wanted to say we've heard from some community members of late really asking why it's taking so long for this implementation process to happen. And I just wanted to remind everyone, as we discussed last year, that communities who endeavor to implement community police oversight models usually require 18 months to 2 years in order to successfully implement whichever model best fits their community. There's a lot of talk about best practices, and there's no such thing with community oversight for a best practice. It's all dependent on the community which the civilian oversight will be happening in. So given the level of detail that's required to consider and the complexity of the implementation team has steadily and strategically been working their way through all elements of the ordinance. We started this work in March of 2019, and it's been a long journey with people of vastly different life experiences. So part of our thoughtful approach to implementation involves continuing to build the understanding across members of our police department of the perspectives of our community members of color. Because this work is steeped in centuries of racial oppression, we recognize that this endeavor is more than just changing police policies. This is about changing our culture. And so for those of us on the team and in our organization who are privileged by our own whiteness, we must be challenged to work on ourselves, recognize our biases, and learn effective ways to move forward as anti-racist and act as allies to people of color. So once a revised ordinance is drafted, the implementation team wants to allow time for the police union attorneys to review the ordinance and to ensure that there are no violations with the police contract before we bring the revised ordinance back to you all in September for review and adoption. So next slide. With that, I would like to invite council to ask Pam and I if there's any questions that you'd like to have answered.
All right, start again. Thank you, Amy. Yeah. Much appreciated. I have 2 hands up. We'll start with Mary and then Aaron. Mary?
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation, Amy. And I also want to, first of all, thank you for the reminder that this is also requires a culture change within the community and for people to begin their own personal journeys that is work, and it is difficult work, and it is work that does not have an end. So I encourage folks to look into how they may begin their own personal journey. My first question is, you mentioned that the committee has been having to work through some difficulties with the ordinance, and I'm wondering if they had considered bringing, asking council for ordinance changes, and if they haven't done it, why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my first question.
Sure. So they're really working hard to kind of get down to some of those finite details that weren't in that very initial ordinance. And those are what they're going to be bringing back to you in September. So if there's feedback that council has to offer at that point in time, that's when they'd like to receive it, as well as community feedback.
Okay, so so all of the ordinance changes will be covered in the request in September?
Yes, correct.
Okay, cool. My second question has to do with one of the functions of the oversight board will be policy recommendations, and you mentioned that they will be looking through the data and through that making the recommendations. And I'm wondering, to what extent will the board conduct outreach to the community, and is that part of the plan?
Yep, absolutely. So we're calling it a police oversight panel at this point. It could change in the next few weeks, or a few weeks. And so yes, the intention is to absolutely build relationship with community and reach out to, like I mentioned before, some of those communities who we don't necessarily hear from to help inform some of that policy. As you are aware, council allowed for funding for a data scientist. So Lee Alvarado Benson has been participating on our implementation team, so she can understand a little bit more moving forward what kind of data is going to be useful for the police department and for the police oversight panel and the independent monitor, so they can make policy recommendations. The other ask for the independent police monitor, which won't show up in the ordinance, but we're really looking for a practitioner who has experience in this work, such that they're connected with other members of the NACOL network and other practitioners of civilian oversight, so they can hear and stay up to speed of what some of those policy recommendations are that other communities are implementing.
Thank you. And so my final question, that was a good segue to my final question, which is, will there be a community event similar to the one that for police chiefs, for the community to come meet the candidates through an open house?
So that's what we're trying. We do have to figure out what that community engagement process will look like when we do the in-person interviews for the independent police monitor. In a best of circumstances, we would just do a lovely open house, but with the pandemic, we're strategizing what makes the most sense and what the timing will look like so that we can get feedback from the community on that role, recognizing that this is a very important critical hire for the organization.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Mary. I appreciate it. So who is next?
I had Aaron up next. I don't see his hand anymore, but Aaron, do you have any questions?
I do. Yeah. Thanks so much for this, Amy. And so, so we're going to work on passing another ordinance in September, right? So can you walk us through in a little bit more detail the steps that will come after that, with a kind of timeline we might expect to get all of this up and running, please?
Sure. Pam, do you want to take that one? Or I can do it if you don't want to.
Sure, I can do my best. So to your question, Councilmember Brockett, there are a couple of dependencies, of course, finding a successful candidate for the independent police monitor. We want to make sure we hire the right person that the community wholeheartedly supports. So as you saw in the next steps, we would anticipate the ordinance being passed in that late fall timeframe. And following that, it's, we need to put into play a recruitment schedule for the new panel, work through the transition between the existing PSRP. If there's an existing caseload, make sure that the integrity of those cases are preserved before transitioning to a new panel. So it's hard to give you a really precise timeline on that, because of the level of detail required and the partnership with the police department in transitioning our complaint process. I think it's in an ideal situation, following the passage of the ordinance, we'd be able to start that recruitment for a new panel within a matter of months after the passage of the ordinance and begin operationalizing the new process. But there will be a degree of training and transition to be considered throughout 2021.
Okay, well, that's interesting about the process of handing off incidents and reviews. That's an important thing to do very cleanly. But I wonder why you say it would be months about appointing panelist members. Like, why would we not be able to work on appointing a panel fairly quickly after passing the ordinance in September?
So from my perspective, I think it's really just ensuring that the current thinking around the recruitment for the panel involves identifying a selection committee that involves representatives from community groups. And so I'm just anticipating, between the realities of a calendar and kind of holiday cycles, along with the need to ensure that we are appointing the right representatives from the community group, that the application design is appropriate for the updated system. I'm just anticipating there being some time delay between when we're truly seating folks in that new panel. And
I think by saying months, it's just being realistic that likely after the first of the year is when that panel would get up and running.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess we need to first select people to select the panelists. That's a two-step process. We've been through something similar, right, before. Yeah. But anyway, just hope we can, to the extent possible, move along briskly once we get that ordinance passed.
Absolutely. And that's the full intention of the team, for sure.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I understand the process by which the committee will be aggregating data and making policy recommendations. Will they have any authority to take action on specific complaints? Will they have any capacity to refer to the proper authority for prosecution if necessary? What will be the scope of their abilities to deal with individual complaints?
Do you want me to take that, Pam, or you want to take it?
If you want to get started, we can.
We'll tag team. Yeah, so that's a great question. So the process works that when a complaint comes in, both the independent monitor is aware of the complaint as well as the internal investigation sergeant, and they work together in tandem to ensure that it is a fair and just process of investigation. Then that investigation is moved over to the police oversight panel, along with a disposition that's been given, such that the police oversight panel can then make their recommendation, and then that information is taken to the chief for final disciplinary action.
Thank you.
So they will have an opportunity to weigh in on that. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So you can understand why it's so critical to get the really right people into those roles who can really help do that analysis.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Who else?
Great. Well, I have no more hands up here. I mean, I guess I will weigh in just briefly with a comment that there's a need for speed here. There's a need for us to act with urgency, but also that need for urgency is counterbalanced by getting the right representation group in the police oversight panel. And so I think we don't want to shortcut the step where we put a selection panel together, and that selection panel kind of goes through a rigorous process of recruiting and vetting the people who will be on the police oversight panel. So I share Aaron's concern that we move as quickly as we can, but I don't want us to move any more quickly than takes into account seating the right panel. So that's just my feedback. I know it's a balancing act, and I appreciate both the need for moving quickly as well as the need to make sure that the composition is right. So thanks for all your hard work, Rachel.
You're welcome.
I just want to thank Amy and also the oversight implementation team. It's a lot of hours and a lot of hard work, and I've talked to some of them about the intensity of the work, and I'm just really impressed and grateful for the work you all are doing on this.
Thank you for that. That's very kind. It's an honor, honestly, to do this work. So thank you.
Good. I see no more hands up. So I guess, Jane, I'll kick it back to you.
Thank you. And we do have a presentation now by Chief Maris Harold in response to some of the requests that you received, we discussed at CAC. So Chief Harold.
Thank you, Jane. Good evening, members of council. I've put together a brief PowerPoint slide presentation for this evening. I am hoping that everybody received my Boulder Police Department Strategic Action Plan statement. I will not go through each of those steps again, but I thought it is important to summarize and then go into a little bit more detail in a couple categories that I'm very passionate about that I think does have an impact if we all want ethical, effective, and equitable policing. So next slide, please. I have one warning though. There's a lot of conversation across the country and it pigeonholes ideas that there's one panacea that will really impact police reform. But my warning is this work is very complex. It has to be comprehensive. And the work that we're about to talk about and begin in Boulder has to become the fabric of the police department. So with that caveat, let me start reviewing these categories, because if you look nationally across the country, what is being demanded by civil rights attorneys, by the community, by certain groups nationally fit in each one of these categories. And so there are no simple answers, but I do think we get to it if we understand the complexities that we need to change policing. And so first and foremost, we have to look at accountability measures within the department and without. The most important thing that we can do in this category is have an internal audit and inspection process that reviews very important policies and procedures throughout the department. We also have to become CLIA accredited. That means third-party experts are constantly coming in to our police department and ensuring that we have model policies and that we have inspections processes monitoring this on a full-time basis. The next section, the next category that's extremely important is for the police department to understand its own data sets. And so we have to have a robust technology platform that supports our understanding not only of traffic and pedestrian stops, but all non-consensual stops with the community. And on top of that, you have to have a technology platform that supports early warning systems. And that simply has a list of at-risk behaviors that police officers that are involved in that triggers a red flag to frontline supervisors to stop that behavior before it becomes problematic. The next large category, again, is training. We have to incorporate a robust training platform based on new mission and value statements within the department. And one thing that really needs to be said here is that policing engage in all types of training. All the time. They're on a 24/7 training curriculum. But what I'll offer to you is that hardly any of the training police engage in is evidence-based. And I'm going to come back to that because it's important for us to understand. So we really have to start looking at what training is evidence-based and is actually working. And I will argue that policing probably is deficient in this category because they're constantly engaging in new training mechanisms, but I offer that when we do research these trainings, the evidence does not support the money and resources going into these trainings. I'll come back to that thought in just a second. The other category is recruiting and hiring. We have to find better ways to have diverse pools of candidates. We have to figure out ways to retain those service-driven recruits, and we have to eliminate bias criteria at every stage of the recruiting process. And so at my last assignment, we were very successful at identifying where exactly diverse candidates fall out and understanding if there's bias associated with that. That is extremely important because once we understand those mechanisms, we can decide to eliminate that part of the recruiting strategy. Now, the last two categories are probably the most important, but often they are overlooked by legislation, by people wanting to do the right thing. But if you just give me an opportunity to explain this. So use of force, we most certainly have to be better at investigation protocols and processes and have solid use of force policies and solid citizens complaints protocols. We most certainly have to have less lethal alternatives that we have solid training on as well. And then this final category is crime strategy, and it is by far nationally for the last 30 years, the most overlooked police reform mechanism that cities can adopt to ensure that we don't have these horrible incidents happening over and over again. And this is engaging in an ethical crime fighting strategy that involves collaboration with the community. And that strategy has to be evidence-based. All of these categories provide transparency, and obviously the monitorship becomes extremely important that we work in partnership to do some of this heavy lifting. Next slide, please. So the use of force conversation across the country. So on the left-hand side of the presentation, you see this traditional force continuum. This is the way I was trained. This is the way police departments are still being trained across the country. It's a use of force continuum. They have probably been trained in this country for 35 years. And unfortunately, what this continuum tells cops and trains cops is, as somebody escalates, they escalate. As the subject escalates again, they escalate. The only way to come back down is for the subject to de-escalate. And it's been devastating in policing for 30 years. So I offer to you that there is a new model of use of force training and thinking. And give me 1 minute to give a quick overview of this training. There has not been many innovations in the last 15 years in policing, with the exception of understanding crime data. This is most certainly an innovation that we should all be aware of in this country, and that we should all jump on this bandwagon as quickly as possible. It's something that I studied at the University of Cincinnati. It's evidence-based, and it's critical that not only Boulder PD supports this, but police agencies across the country. And again, it's being overlooked nationally. And so I offer you this. Compared to the traditional use of force continuums that's being taught still in this day in almost every police department across this country, I offer you a model that comes from the United Kingdom. And it's interesting in several ways, but the most important way is that it does not go up and down on a continuum, that it's a constant evolving of logic in a circle, but it revolves around the sanctity of all human life. And you might ask me, that sounds like semantics. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's extremely important if you're a police officer. Let me give you an example. My whole career, I would sit in roll calls, and the police sergeant would tell me, make sure you and your partner go home safe at night. Make sure you and your partner go home safe at night. This is still being said across this country to police officers. Now, if you look at this model and compare it to how SWAT teams are trained in this country, there's a similar message that goes to SWAT officers on every time they go out. And the difference is this. SWAT commanders in this country say this: make sure we will not have one person die during this incident. Now, that might seem nuanced to everybody, but think about that, the different messaging and the different training that has to accompany that message. It is extremely important that we understand that. And so if you have a whole use of force model that at every junction of the incident, you are concerned about making sure everyone goes home at night, well, that completely changes the paradigm. And so in the United Kingdom, they have a lot of incidents with armed encounters with the police, but they rarely end up as deadly force situations. And there's good reason for that. They are not armed, but they meet a lot of armed encounters with knives and blunt instruments, but they all rely on time, distance, and this value of we will not allow anybody to die. And I can't emphasize this more than I am. It's extremely important. And even though the United Kingdom is engaged in this type of use of force training and model, I offer you they stole this from the United States SWAT teams, because the SWAT teams in this country rarely have incidents like the one that you see in Minneapolis. They are trained completely differently, and I offer they are trained in this model and have been for the last 30 years. Next slide. Again, if we're interested in police reform and we're listening to the national calls for reform, I do believe that the things that everybody is requesting is simple. The police must engage diverse stakeholders and perspectives. We must develop meaningful partnerships and collaboration. The lessened need for enforcement and justice responses. Police have got to quit depending on traditional responses of enforcement. And then lastly, the police to produce ethical, effective, and equitable results. And that means that everything that the police engage in has to become evidence-based. It must become evidence-based. And so I bring this concept of problem-oriented policing back to you for your support in this crime strategy. It has been very successful in cities. For some reason, I don't understand it is not adopted on a national level. It needs to be, because it's harm-focused, it's evidence-based, it's collaborative, and it does not rely on traditional enforcement mechanisms. So with that, I offer to you this, that all of these concepts I commit to you. They all have to be done together. They all have to be done comprehensive. And I need the support of city leadership, city manager's office, and the monitor to accomplish these very challenging goals. But the Boulder Police Department has the capacity to engage each and every one of these successfully. I just need your support to ensure that they all happen, because they are all equally important. Thank you. If you have questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Chief. And we're just getting hands up while people are getting organized to ask their questions. I would just say thank you for the excellent presentation. I think that you will find that you have the support of city leadership on making whatever progress we possibly can on the subject. It is the matter of an intense focus right now for very good reason, and we appreciate you being here to help us work on this issue. So I have Bob's hand and Rachel's hand up. Bob, go ahead.
Chief, thanks so much. That was an outstanding presentation. And you certainly have my support. I can't speak for my colleagues, but you have my support on everything you talked about. I like to think, and I do believe, that you would be making the same presentation to us during your first weeks on the job as our chief, regardless of the what is happening on the national front. So we are very fortunate to have the right person in the chief position at this point in time. I think these are things that you were planning to do anyway, and so I'm happy that you have the training in the background to achieve things that need to be done, not only in our city but across the country. And I hope that our city can be an example to other communities as you develop these changes and reforms and, quite frankly, different ways of thinking. Chief, I do have a question for you. This sounds like a tremendous and ambitious program. Do you envision reporting back to council and the community on a periodic basis? I know this is a lot of work and it's going to take a lot of time, but do you envision checking in with council and the community periodically as you implement these changes?
Yes, and I think that's the only way this works. And I always try to present as frequently as possible, but I think it's so important that you understand the complexities in the work that's being done, especially on the data points. And so I envision that every 2 months, every 3 months that I come back and I show you the progress that the police department's made. Many of these initiatives have begun already. Unfortunately, on some of this stuff, it requires people from other parts of the country to come in and train the police department on some of the bigger lifts. And so I would have already started this training on the ICAP model if we weren't in a pandemic. But to answer your question directly, yes, and we can decide what that frequency is, and I'm glad to come back. It's important.
Very good. Thank you, Bob. We have Rachel, Junie, Mary, and Aaron. Rachel.
Thanks. So procedurally, we're going to have a discussion after this, right? We're just on questions right now. Is that true?
Correct. Yeah, mostly.
Okay. So thank you, Chief Harold, for that presentation. It was very informative. My question is, we've seen a lot in the last weeks where police departments around the country have been acting like more what you might expect to see in war zones, tear gas, and just a very militarized feel to the police departments. And I had brought this up yesterday at CAC, but I am curious to know, what do we possess in Boulder that is either is it 1033, the direct federal repurposing of military equipment, but also what do we have in terms of things like tear gas or things that might make our department feel military-like, and also what's in the budget that might be spent this year for those things. And I don't know exactly what all to ask for, but you know, go ahead.
I believe, you know, obviously we have SWAT team capacity at Boulder Police Department. Obviously we have patrol rifles. Obviously we have tear gas, pepper ball. But I will offer that I look to these resources not as military, because you know how I feel about the police were never designed as an invading military, and I am passionate about that. Unfortunately, though, there are situations that happen across the country that if we did not have that equipment, I believe, you know, active shooter situations, large events where there's tons of capacity for really horrible things happening, people driving into crowds. I think we would be at a complete disadvantage without some of these resources. I think the key is to have policies and procedures on when these would be used, and making it very restrictive of when we would need these resources, and that I would be the ultimate decision maker on when we would need these resources. A lot of these weapons that police departments have for the last 15 years been acquiring have been because of situations in communities where you have people that can outgun the police department in certain situations. So I think that you've seen this when you have active shooters that actually have thousands and thousands and thousands of automatic rounds, and the police departments don't, and we can't combat that. I think that you've seen that across the country, that police departments have to have resources to combat that type of violence. And it would be counterproductive for me to say, you know, in civil unrest that we would use these types of weapons during crowd control. But I do need resources if we would have an incident where our patrol officers could not respond accordingly, if we had active shooter situations like you've seen across the country. And so even though I don't want them part of the police department, I think that it is an absolutely needed resources to combat some of the situations that you see when you have suspects completely have a day's round, like in Las Vegas. That suspect could have gone on shooting for probably 3 to 4 days. And so that's what concerns me, is that we would be we could properly respond to those type of incidents.
Colloquy on that, Rachel?
Well, yeah, I was just going to respond. I appreciate that, but I definitely remember in the Zeta Atkinson video footage, the officers had some gear and like I think a type of gun that surprised me. So it seems that in an innocuous situation, just having that stuff available can be detrimental to community members. And I would also like to see the response not be sort of an arms war escalation, like, they have it, so now we need more. Like, I would rather the guy in Las Vegas not have been able to get his hands on that volume of guns and ammunition. So that's a little bit of a separate discussion, but there needs to be some rational relationship and probably more discussion on this.
So I would agree.
So I'm sorry, may I ask a colloquy question? Rachel?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you, Brett.
So my question would be, you mentioned the policies that would need to be in place. And does Boulder have those policies on when to use those resources, as you call them?
Yes. But I would, I'm in the process of reviewing all of the policies right now, Mary, and some fall short. Some need to be enhanced. And so I'm working through these policies as quickly as I can. But we do have policies on civil disturbance. We have policies on, firearms, when to use them, when not. But I just want you to know that I'll be reviewing all these policies, and they will meet the standard of model policies. There's no question about that.
And that's not, and those policies don't come before council, right? They're part of the policy book that the police force has.
I'll be making all of these policies transparent unless they would impede, protocols as far as SWAT team stuff, missions. But as far as the policies that I talked about today, these will all be available to you and the general public. And that's the only way we get to the community trust, is to make sure that everything that we do here at Boulder PD is transparent. There would be very few exceptions of investigative protocols that would not be public.
Thank you.
Great. And we've got some more speakers. I want to ask a colloquy question, though, and this may go to Jane rather than you, Chief. And that is, Jane, I think at CAC you answered unequivocally that our police department had not taken military surplus equipment through what I think Rachel referred to as the 1033 program. Is that true that our police department has not taken surplus military equipment?
As far as I know, it's true. You may know that the federal government many years ago, like decades ago, came up with the idea that police departments could apply for used military equipment. And my understanding is we have none of it, and we've never applied.
Okay, thank you. And Chief, if you learn differently about that over time as you're getting familiar and doing your reviews, it might be useful for us to hear if we do have any, because I think that's one of the themes is reducing the amount of military equipment being used. And I think largely trucks and armored equipment is a primary point of concern, but I think knowing about anything would be helpful. Thank you for that. So next we have Junie, Mary, and Mark. Junie?
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Chief Maris, for this presentation. But I have to say that it is very inspirational, but it also lacks in concrete steps. It lacks concrete steps for reform. And to be honest, I know when council was talking about having you coming back this week to talk, I was not in favor of that. And the reason why I was not in favor of having you coming back so quickly is because I thought you wouldn't have time to provide us concrete steps. And I think this presentation also shows that as well. And I hope as our conversation here progress tonight, you know, there's going to be something that the community can get out of this presentation. And I wanted to get back to you based on some of the questions that I sent in to CAC. Sam, is that the right moment to ask some of these questions?
I think it is. I mean, your questions are all relevant to police procedures, so I think going down those would be perfectly good right now.
Thank you so much. Chief Maris, I know you just mentioned during your presentation, you talked about internal audits and inspections for police review. And I sent into a CAC and I made whether it's a request or just a question, if it would be possible for Boulder PD to make a pledge not to hire a police officer who has been fired or who had severe disciplinary misconduct. And I want to hear from you whether that's possible or is that something that has to do with the police union, but I want to hear from you.
Yes, that to me, during the recruit process, that would eliminate candidates. And I do not think we have issues like that, Jimmy, at the Boulder Police in the background. No, I would not be interested in hiring that person. And I can tell you I would not hire that person.
Okay, so are you saying that yes, would you look in, so would the Boulder Police Department be able to make such a pledge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, you talked about the UK, and I lived there actually for about 2 years. And when I was listening to you, I said, oh, you're talking about the UK. And you mentioned the fact that, you know, officers not carrying guns and the distance. And I did put a question to you. I don't know the feasibility of that. And I don't even know if it's even safe. And what would it require to have some police officers not carry weapons, whether it's, I've talked with a few community members actually who talk with me and mentioned, you know, when they see police officers on Pearl Street, you know, they're carrying weapons and it feels unsafe. Or even the way police officers interacting with the homeless population, carrying weapons again makes it feel a bit unsafe. So my question to you, is there an opportunity to have some police officers not carry weapons?
Well, like we discussed, post requires police officers to carry weapons, state law. But I think the issue you're getting at is, can we have people working for the police department that don't carry weapons that help in community engagement, whether it be domestic violence, mental health co-responders, domestic violence co-responders, homeless outreach workers, social service workers? Yes, to all of that. You know, obviously we live in a society that we have a lot of guns, and by post regulations, police officers by definition would have to carry guns, but that doesn't dictate to the police department that we can't have other people co-responding with police. And I think Boulder does an excellent job with that already with the mental health response teams that we have. But this all goes back to problem solving, because we want to take the enforcement options off of the police shoulders and put it on other people that own the problem just as much as anybody else. So what you're getting at, Junie, is everything that I'm passionate about. It's shifting responsibility to people in the community that really own the problem more than the police do. And so if you're asking, in my police department, will we have partners that engage in that? Yes, because this is, in my world, this is where police fall so short, is they take on all of the responsibility and they try to use the tools that they're trained in, which is enforcement, and then you run afoul of the community because you're not using collaboration and partnerships with people that are really, truly the experts in some of these societal issues. So I hope that helps, Junie.
Yeah.
So Junie,
yes.
Junie, If I could colloquy one moment, I appreciated the answer, and the bulk of the answer was very important as far as non-armed responders along with the police. I just wondered if you could define POST for us so we don't get lost in the jargon. I believe that's an acronym.
Yeah, it's the Police Officers Training and Standards. It's the state certification for all police agencies within the state. I apologize.
No problem. And so what you said in your answer is that peace officers who are certified at the state level, which I believe they have to be employed in the state, they are required to carry a weapon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. Junie, back to you.
No, thank you for the clarification, Sam. I also thank you, Chief, for your explanation, because I think it's very helpful for, people in the community who are non-police officers to understand some of these things. And I wanted to ask you, my next question had to do with environmental commitments and also just being friendlier in the community to have more police officers on bikes as opposed to in cars. I know this may not be something that is possible right now, but I think to me that would be a good step forward to look into that direction.
Yeah, so obviously the closer police get back to their roots, which is, on foot, very visible to the community, being part of the community, the better that we are. But if I could put the whole police department on bikes and think that that was going to help any of these major issues, well, I guess I'd have it all down, right? I think that the way I look at policing is the way that the fathers that created policing looked at it, and that is police really should be looked at as ambassadors, and they should be looked at people that are part of the community. And that's the way that I frame everything internally, is that the community has to look at you and see an ambassador for the city. And that is so important. And I truly believe I like police officers on foot. I like them on bikes. I like them on Segways, because it does make the community feel safer, and they feel part of that community. So those are really good. But unfortunately, I don't believe that putting 100 cops on bikes is going to get us to the root issues of why this continues to happen in this country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, thank you for that. Also, I've had, community members reach out as well over the fact that we have some more police cruisers have tinted windows. And I don't know if that's a safety issue as to why we have them. And if it's not a safety issue, what would it take to have more visibility when it comes to those patrol cars?
Yeah, so I think tinted windows has always been framed as a safety issue. But depending on cost in association with removing it, I am not against removing tinted windows. But again, I think that makes the community feel better because they can see the police officers. And I'm not opposed to doing that. I don't think it's a safety issue for police officers. I think, situational awareness is much better than tinted windows, as long as the costs don't outweigh the good. So yeah, I'm not opposed to that.
Okay, great. No, that's great to hear. And thank you very much for being honest and frank on that point. And I hope that my fellow council members will support, this type of initiative. Also, my next question to you is the complaint procedures. Now, I know that to me, when I was thinking about it, I was just thinking the number 5 was arbitrary. And I was thinking, okay, how many complaints can someone have? To me, I've worked in customer service before. And, even when you get one complaint is a huge deal, because I worked in a grocery store. Imagine, just one complaint, will send corporate coming down, and I'm thinking officers, you know, they're there for public safety, and we hold them to those regards. You know, they're supposed to be friendly. So I know I mentioned 5, but I wonder what type of policy the city already have to ensure that, let's say, an officer has, you know, how many complaints an officer has to have to be, you know, to be relegated to a desk officer?
It's a great question, Ginny, and here's the answer. So this police department doesn't have a consistent disciplinary matrix, nor does it have an early warning system. And those two things go hand in hand. And so the data that is needed to have comparables within the working groups becomes extremely important to understand officer behavior. And so we don't have that benchmark. We don't have that baseline, right? But I can tell you that an early warning system, a good one that's designed properly, will understand those data points, will understand those benchmarks and red flag behavior when it becomes a pattern. And then the disciplinary matrix will be spelled out behavior by behavior, and it gets to that issue that you see across the country of police officers engaged in a pattern of inappropriate behavior, and it's not dealt with. And so my commitment is, after I understand the data with the officer performance metrics, then we can all decide what that looks like, because I couldn't tell you right now if it's 3, if it's 5, if it's 7. What I can tell you, though, is I'll be very proactive when I see patterns of behavior that are not desirable, and I will intervene, and we will have resolution in those cases. And unfortunately, most police departments, unless you're a big city, they do not have these early warning systems, and nor do they have disciplinary matrix. And if you don't have both together, that's agreed by everyone, then you run afoul of union rules and other major issues impacting policing. But if I do this right, and I do it based on data, and I do it based on collaboration, I think that we'll get to the issue that you have. And unfortunately, I don't know what that specific number is. Just know that I will be watching patterns and trends with officer performance. And not only that, commendations that police get. I mean, we don't even understand that, right? So we have to understand the whole picture with officer performance. And I'm just not there yet.
Wow, thank you. I think that says a lot about the type of, you know, that says a lot, the fact that we don't have any type of disciplinary matrix. But again, I'm very hopeful over the fact that you will be working on that. And I think it's very important to have these things in place, because how do you measure, how do you preempt a good officer from deviating if you don't have any matrix? So that's really, that's something that is concerning. That's very concerning as a community. And I understand, you know, a lot of community members are thinking about, let's demilitarize the police, which is what is in front of you, the big things, but sometimes it's the little things that matter, such as having a disciplinary metrics to ensure that we keep good police officers on the street. And thank you for answering my questions. And I know that I had a lot of them, and I really appreciate you for doing that. And I know you already mentioned hiring more people of color. That's really encouraging. And also I asked a question about psychological evaluation and reevaluation for police officers. And what I was thinking is that I would imagine most police officers, when they go into that field, they go in it with good intentions. And the ones who turned, you know, for lack of a better term, bad, it could be so many different factors, whether it's stress or you know, things that happen, confrontations. So how do we protect these officers? And as a lay person, I wonder whether we have a system of psychological evaluation to make sure, again, that the good police officers are being protected and the bad ones are being supported so that they don't turn bad.
Junie, that's such an excellent observation, and I can tell you why. So how many years ago has this been? President Barack Obama's 21st Century Task Force, and one of the pillars was officer wellness. And it's overlooked, and we have to do a better job with officer wellness. And I think Boulder Police Department has a really robust response, but it is so overlooked in this country. And it's partly because the police have, you know, historically tried to say, you know, we're tough, we can take this stuff. But the truth of the matter is they're not. And they suffer just like anybody else that has trauma. And it can't be overlooked because, again, it's a comprehensive package of reform. And going back to your other question about disciplinary matrices, I want the community to know Boulder Police Department has very low numbers in citizens' complaints and issues with the community, which is really good. It's just, I'm an evidence-based policing person, and it's extremely important for me to understand the nuances in the data. And it is not unusual for police departments not to have disciplinary matrix unless they have been under some type of reform effort. And so I have 2 times. So this is what I know kind of supports the foundation of all of the categories that I presented on. So I don't want the community to think that, you know, we have a ton of community complaints and issues, because this is very low. I think it's a very service-driven agency that are doing really wonderful work. It's important for leaders now to understand the data is as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is my last substantive question, because I know last week you mentioned, you know, providing, doing more data crunching. And one of my questions was, you know, having demographic statistics on arrest and stops on our website, whether it's weekly, monthly, or annually. But I know you mentioned that the last time. That is something that we are working on. And I fully support you in the work that you do. Also, another thing I did mention in my email, a voucher system for police officers. And what I was thinking is that, you know, I've heard the complaints from community members that, you know, police officers, they don't live here. And if you don't live in Boulder, you don't care about the people of Boulder, and your interactions with community members may not be as friendly. But I doubt that. But at the same time, that's something that a lot of community members are grappling with. But I've also heard from community members who said we should not be spending the little money that we have on funding to house officers here in Boulder. And also there's the safety issue. So that's, you know, I think if council wants to look further into that, they can definitely do. But I really appreciate you taking the time and answering these questions. And I hope that as you look further into implementing the reforms that you will be implementing, that you will, you know, utilize some of these questions in favor. And also, I'm not sure if it is to Jane that I should ask this question, because we mentioned while we were talking that maybe there is opportunity for detinting some of the police car windows. And I wonder if Jane could answer whether we can, how would we move that process forward?
So Junie, one way to do it is every time we replace a vehicle, we can make sure that the new vehicle does not have tint. And then I would need to ask our fleet department to take a look at how much it would cost to remove all of the windows of all of the cars and replace them with untinted windows. And I don't know the cost of that, but we could figure it out. Okay. And come back to council, and then you can make a decision about whether or not that's your highest priority or one of your priorities for the police department.
That's great. Thank you so much. That's all the questions that I had. And I want again to thank Chief Maris for the work that she's doing. And yes, when I just saw the presentation, I did see that, it was lacking in concrete, and it's not because she's not thinking. And the idea is that we're thinking together and we will come to those solutions. But those concrete things do take time as well. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thanks, Jenny. Thanks for your support.
Very good. Thank you. I believe that we've got Mary up next, and then, I'm sorry, I've lost mine. Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you for the presentation, Chief Harold. I have just 3 questions, and they're fairly short, I think. You mentioned the accreditation of the police department, and I know I was surprised to hear, like last year, when our fire department was accredited, and I didn't realize that it wasn't accredited. And so same thing goes for the police. And I'm wondering what the process looks like and how long it will take to do that.
Thanks, Mary. Good question. I think we're in good position. I think that it will probably take every bit of a year and a half, 18 months to 2 years. And there's a lot of policies and procedures that have to be rewritten, reviewed. It's a arduous process. So I'd be happy with 18 months, understanding that it could take every bit of 2 to 2.5 years to accomplish.
Thank you. And then you also mentioned a change in the mission. And I'm wondering what the process and timeline would look like for that as well.
I would ask to do this right, I would ask for a facilitator to come in, understand from the community, understand from leadership what should be the mission. And it's the foundation of a police department, the mission and values. And they have to align with the city's mission. But it would be a robust process and actually have really good facilitation to understand what exactly we're trying to do here in the police department, and making sure those values are aligned with model practices. And so my experience with reform is that you start with the mission and you start building up.
So I'm going to jump in also, if you don't mind, because in the budget this year, we have dollars appropriated for the police department to begin its master plan. And you may recall that we had those dollars last year, but we are carrying them over because we knew we'd have a new police chief and wanted to wait to start the master plan process until she was on board. So we are ready at some point later in this year to get that underway, and certainly starting with the mission and values of the police department would be a great way to kick off that master plan discussion.
Great. And it would certainly involve community engagement then.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. My final question has to do with data. You mentioned data-driven several times, evidence-based, and to what extent do you go in and examine the machine bias that may be in the tools that you use with which to examine the data?
That's a great question. And so smarter people than me have triggering flags to tell you when the data may or may not be solid. And so I would have to defer that question, Mary, to maybe the new data scientist on board to be, to develop, codes that they could write for those kind of issues. If you're looking at huge data sets, then that would be out of my master's degree on data science, but I'm sure I could come back with a really solid answer for you. And I think it's a good question.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I would be interested in that because if the decisions are based on data that's biased, then all bets are off. So I think it's a really important piece of the puzzle. So thank you.
And Mary, that's another good point, because this is why it's always important for a police department to partner with researchers. And, we have the Colorado University right here with academics that should want to partner with the police right now. We need academic support in policing to get to the issues that you just brought up. And so I have a long history of partnering with doctors across the country, and it's very important to have that type of talent on your team, especially when you're engaging in large-term problem-solving projects. And so I'll be asking for help in some of those areas when we're engaging in big projects, so we don't run afoul of having bad data sets and so forth.
Thank you. That's encouraging.
Thanks, Mary.
And thanks for all the work you're doing.
Thanks, Mary. I appreciate it.
Right. And then we have Mark up.
Sure. Thanks, Chief. Quick comment and two questions. First, I think that was a terrific presentation. I am more confident than ever that you're the right person to lead the Boulder Police Department, and I'm highly confident that you'll be able to carry out your mission. You certainly have my full support. My two questions. You had indicated that there were certain police functions that, in effect, you would want to divest yourself of and pass on to other departments. Can you be more specific about what those might be?
Yeah, so there's a saying in crime science, who really owns the crime? And so specifically, if you look at certain areas where crime clusters, right, interested in pulling levers to get owners of properties to engage not with just the police department, but other city resources to ensure that their lack of management at those properties are not providing opportunities for crime and disorder to take place. And so this type of policing is called place-based policing. It's evidence-based, and it does not rely on traditional mechanisms. And there's all types of research on the effectiveness of shifting the responsibility to people that really own crime. And so, we can train managers, we can look at environmental reasons that crime occurs in certain places. But I will offer to you that I'm confident that a lot of crime that the police deal with is really from other people providing opportunities for that type of disorder or crime to occur. And so it's very important for the community to understand these concepts, and then we don't run afoul of the community when the police are expected to enforce this, when really it could be somebody else that is contributing to this problem. And if they, for example, if a store redesigns its front so where it's not providing opportunities for people to shoplift, well then that's everything that we're looking for, right? You don't have to involve the criminal justice system. The store management changes the dynamics of the store, and the police stop going there back and forth repeatedly, wasting taxpayers' money.
My second question, you made reference to the UK model on the use of lethal force as perhaps stolen from SWAT teams, but how do the statistics in England on the use of lethal force compare to what you see in the US?
It is a rare occasion. Now, keep in mind that we're dealing with we're a very gun-driven society in America, but what the Scottish police and the English police are dealing with is people with blunt weapons and knives. They rarely have to use deadly force to get compliance, and it's a rare event to have that type of police intervention shootings that we see in this country, and there's good reason for it. Their training on these issues are completely opposite of the way we train police officers in this country, and people need to pay attention nationally to this model. And just to give you an example, the university here is trained in this model, so it would be wonderful if we're consistent with the training. And I've used the model at the University of Cincinnati. I actually brought researchers in to study this. I know it's effective, and it's being studied in other cities. And so it's extremely important for the national communication to support this model, because I do know it will be impactful.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark.
The defund parade just went by.
They were at my house about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, very good. So that's everyone who has their hand up. And I have a few thoughts, but before I jump in, I thought I would, we've had questions, we've done a round of questions. If there's any council members who want to make, Rachel's hand is up. Rachel.
I have a lot of comments that weren't questions, so I was holding back. This is the moment.
Yep.
Okay, so I do want to push back on one thing that Chief Harold said, which is that the closer we can get police to their routes, and then the routes are on bikes or on foot, and I teach criminal justice, and everything I read and teach is that the routes are partly collecting taxes, but also primarily the police forces were formed to hunt down humans who had escaped slavery. So the roots of policing are not like happy-go-lucky people who are out, chumming around in the neighborhood. So I think we need to be clear that the focus of this conversation is on a policing system that is rooted in racism. And I don't want us to lose sight and get in the weeds and focus on things like tinted windows, which are absolutely not going to solve systemic racism. And we've spent a fair amount of time talking about like sort of random ideas. And to me, the conversation has to be a whole lot bigger. And we're all getting kind of car bombed. I don't know what the right word is, but by the defund the police community members who are pushing for that. And I think that's the kind of conversation that we should be having as council members. What is the broad discussion and how are we going to dig into police reform given police brutality and systemic racism? So I'm a little bit worried that if we individually raise like issues or ideas, that worried me as a constituent and community member, because oftentimes I would observe council coming up with ideas, and we're not experts for the most part in this field. And so for us to come up with ideas on what might solve this is going to be a little bit taking a shot in the dark. And I think that what we really need to do is, as city council, we need to take some ownership of this issue. I think that Chief Harold has done a good job of, at the next level, I think, in terms of stepping into this issue, and I appreciate it, and I'm not at all minimizing that, but I don't think it can be one person's discretionary decision to move into police reform. I think it needs to come from us, and it needs to rest with us, whatever that looks like. I think it would be helpful for us to coordinate, and I don't know where that collaboration might be happening with other cities that are stepping into the hard work. There are, Minneapolis is looking at defunding the police. I don't know how far this council is going to be willing to go, but what are the cities doing who are really going to full court press analyze how do we solve the issues? And I don't think we're going to get there during a city council meeting or with sort of low-lying fruit. I think it's going to be such a bigger conversation. And so I hope that we will take whatever steps we need to. I hope that there's a work group. I would like to be a part of it. I do teach in the field and I'm pretty passionate about this. I think that it comes down to largely a culture change and shifting of the power dynamics and imbalances, as well as the rooted, the racism that is interwoven into the system. So it's not going to be like a periodic checking off the box. This is going to have to be a big lift, and I don't know exactly what we need to do procedurally to tack this on, but I'll stop there for a moment and look at the other 2 pages of notes I have here and see if anybody wants to respond to any of that or colloquy.
I don't know about that. I've got Aaron and Adam up next. Aaron, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Rachel, maybe I'll chime in a little bit, and then you can get back to your 2 pages of notes. Thank you for that. And I'll disagree with you on one thing. Junie, I really appreciated you bringing up all of those ideas about, ways, directions we could move in. So I think, having some energy and ideas about ways we can move forward, I think is helpful. But Rachel, I absolutely agree with you on the need to approach this kind of systemically and for the council to take ownership of it, right? So Chief Harold, I'm incredibly appreciative of the work that you're doing, and I'm very happy about the directions that you're moving in. But I think this is enough of an issue of local and national and international concern that we need to take a significant role as a governing body as well. So, you know, I was appreciative, Chief Harold, that you talked about checking in with us on a periodic basis, and I think that's appropriate. And I think also for council to not just listen, but maybe weigh in a little bit about what we're hearing from constituents, maybe in channeling, you know, being part of that governing body as well, I think is important. And then to also potentially widen it a little bit, you know, so that, you know, Chief Harold, you're working on the police policies and procedures, but we also have a lot of ordinances and code that, you know, set up the laws for the community. And I would appreciate, you know, per my earlier point about the holistic approach, you know, that I would appreciate if we could look into kind of how our code around criminal justice is functioning well or not so well. So I'd like to see us, you know, per what Rachel said, to tackle this at a pretty broad level with a lot of council involvement.
Okay, so
Can I have a colloquy on that, please?
Yeah, so hang on. I'm going to organize the discussion here a little bit. Okay. So Rachel, you pause specifically to let people colloquy. So I'm going to go down the list and see if people want to colloquy, and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. So I just want to check in, Mary, before I go to you. Adam and Junie have their hands up, and I just want to check in. Adam, do you have a follow-up to what Rachel's put out about breadth of the discussion? And then I'll go to Junie. Adam, do you have comments on that?
If Mary has a colloquy directly to that, I would allow her. My piece is a little bit different than Rachel.
I do take in everything that Rachel said, and I agree with her. And I just wanted to add, having the questions and the perspective that I had was to have us to start thinking about something, because at the end of the day, it's good to have grand ideas, but if you don't have any concrete steps that you want to take, you're just selling dreams, and we're not in the business of selling dreams. Our job is to offer concrete solutions. And when I put out those questions, that's what I was trying to do. And I welcome the opportunity of all council members being involved and taking on these ideas. And I did reach out to Rachel, actually, and she did wanted to collaborate on sending this message to a hotline together. So I'm very surprised that tonight that she doesn't think that they were such good ideas. But anyway, I think, you know, I didn't put them out as something that I want to do. I want us to work at them together. And whatever the future holds for all of us as council, our job is to protect the community. And as well, what I wanted to say, part of our work is not just to get onto the bandwagon of any grand ideas, but also we have to think at the community level. So we also have to think of community safety. It's not just looking at it one way and say, okay, we're just gonna tackle this big issue, but it's the little things within the police departments that need to change in order for the big changes to take place. So I don't think we should discount the little things, Rachel. I think we should definitely consider them as part of the work that we're doing.
Great, thank you, Jeannie. So I'm gonna go to Mary next and then come back to Rachel.
Well, so my question was kind of similar to get at what Junie just said, but what both you, Aaron, and Rachel talked about tackling this police reform from a broad perspective, and there's steps that you have to take. There's concrete actions that you have to take. And it seems to me that that is what Chief Harold outlined, is the steps that begin to get at it. So I guess I wanted to understand where your disagreement was with the steps that Chief Harold outlined in terms of how it does not tackle the broad reform that you want to see, and what is the definition of broad reform if it isn't taking concrete steps to an endpoint where the outcome is different from what you started.
Do you mind if I start?
Okay. So
respond on that.
Can I make a check-in first, and then Mark had his hand up. Mark, is this going to be a colloquy on what Rachel said? I'm just trying to keep us in the queue here.
I also want to push back just a little bit on what Rachel said. I think Junie's specific proposals, some of which I like, some of which I like less, but I think they're all reasonable, thoughtful, concrete measures that we can take. And we have a larger problem here, and we'll do the best that we can to get to the larger problems, but I'm not going to pass over specific areas where we can improve in a very direct and concrete way. So I think Junie's proposals are worthy of consideration, and I would not ignore them for a grander purpose. We'll get to the grander purpose in due course.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm going to go pop back in reverse order. If it's okay, I'd go to Aaron, because Aaron had a response, and then to Rachel, who I think will have responses and then additional issues. So Aaron and then Rachel.
Yeah, so Mary, thank you for that question. Just to clarify, I don't disagree with Harold is going at all. I think she's going in a very positive direction. By broad, I just meant both having council involved kind of directly, with some, active feedback throughout the process. And then also the idea of looking at our ordinances and our laws, as well as our policies and procedures. So that's the couple kind of broader bits that I meant, but in no way disagreeing with what she was offering up.
Great, thank you, Aaron. Back to Rachel. Rachel, okay. You have responses and then other subjects.
I will try and hit responses. Junie and I did talk about this yesterday, and my point is not that any of those ideas are unsavory. It's just that I don't think we are the right people to be in the weeds at a council meeting, because each of us could have 11 ideas or 12 ideas, and it's better if experts are doing that. Like, to the point about, having police officers live in the community, like the data is mixed on whether that improves policing outcomes. So I want us to be engaging experts, such as we have formed with the Police Oversight Committee. And so I think that it is appropriate for community members and council members to be engaging in this, but I don't think that if we kind of throw some things out as at this level, that we are doing the best by the community. And then the notion that we'll get to the bigger stuff. When will we get to it if that's not the discussion we're having tonight? I think that for me, the discussion should be broad, and then staff and experts. And again, I would hope that we are coordinating with other communities who are doing this work, would be where we would, vet the ideas and then come up with some really data-backed strategic ways that we can improve policing. And so my specific concern, to answer your question, Mary, about Maris's proposals, none of them are bad. I think they're all good proposals. My concern is having one person who's in the police department owning that work. So it doesn't make sense to me that there's going to be Maris is unlikely to push for defunding the police, say. So there's going to be just broader conversations that require a broader coalition with different perspectives tackling this. So I don't think it can just be from within the police department. I think that we need, for this size of an issue, to engage a really strong pool of experts, one of which obviously is Maris. I agree that you are a great person to have in this position at this time, and I'm grateful to you that you're there. And I also feel lucky just to have a seat at this table where we can be talking about this and trying to improve lives. But if we, baby step, we are not going to make the transformation that is needed in policing. It's obviously a bigger conversation as well around racism in this country. But when it happens in policing, due to the power imbalance and the violence that can stem from policing, it has a more catastrophic potential outcome. So that's why this is such an important thing to dig into and to get right. So I agree with Maris that there's no panacea, there's no magic bullet, pardon the choice of words there, but we need to be really wide. And again, I'm not sure procedurally how we get there, but this council, I think, needs to weigh in on how big we're going to think on this issue and what steps we want to take to procedurally get to enacting change. So again, not knocking any particular suggestions, just the notion that we would be having this kind of weeds conversation when the issue is ginormous and our job is policy and not like specific. We're not the experts on this, so that's why I think that it should be experts who are making the suggestions.
Sam, can I colloquy?
Sure, go ahead, yep.
I just wanted to say, I appreciate everything that Rachel say, and I do agree with some of the things that she said. I don't agree with everything, but I do agree with some of the things that she said. And I just wanted to add that I understand you work in criminal justice, and I just wanted you to know that the people you read about in books, I am one of them. I live that life. I'm a Black woman, so you can't just sit here and tell me that I'm just getting into the weeds and I'm looking at little ideas. Okay, so I think that's offensive, and I thought that was rude as a fellow council member. And yes, you could have called me out on the side. I've talked to you yesterday and you didn't reach out about that. So we're having this discussion and you just said you work in criminal justice, but I live that life. And that's why I'm contributing to this as much as I can. And I would appreciate some support from you as someone who teaches in criminal justice, who's also fighting as an ally.
Okay, great. Rachel, do you have anything you'd like to say there? Because otherwise I've got Adam and Junie.
No, turn it over. Again, my concern is not personal against anyone. It's the level of conversation and where I think these conversations should be happening.
Very good, thank you. So Adam, you're up next.
Thanks, Tim, and thanks, Chief Harold, for the presentation. That was great. What I see here is we do have, we're set up better than almost any city that I can think of in terms of the moment in history to make some major changes. And here's some things that I can see that have lined us up for that. So first of all, we've taken on the responsibility to bring racial equity into our community. We all signed on to that declaration. So we've already established that that is something that is structural in our foundation. Following that, we've hit a point where we had to look at our budget holistically, top to bottom, both by choice and by necessity from COVID-19. And that means looking at every single thing in the budget. We've also, we're at the moment where we're developing a police master plan. And I can't think of anything more helpful in this discussion than going through, not only the budget of the police, but what the police will be doing, what their mission is. That is the police master plan. And on top of that, we have a wonderful new police chief who is clearly open to critical thinking and challenging norms and, just thinking outside the box in general. And all of those things have aligned into this moment. So to me, I think there's room for all of it. There's room for every single thing that we're trying to accomplish right now. And that includes all the small things. I have a small thing myself that I want to contribute because I think it's important. But just looking at this holistically, there's no better time and no better opportunity than what we have right now to go top to bottom on this. And I don't think we should be afraid to do that. And that's going to take a lot of time, and that's going to take a lot of effort from all of us. And I totally agree that council needs to be deeply involved in this process. So as much as I loved the fire master plan, they kind of came up with that gave it to us, and that was it. There wasn't a whole lot of community input. It's just, hey, here are the things, and that's it. But we don't often have a whole lot of problems with the fire department when it comes to community interaction. So here is just a phenomenal opportunity in my mind. And I really, really hope that we all take that challenge. And again, I'll get to my previous point. If this takes extra time, if this takes extra effort on our part, that is our job. And we are going to do that job.
Great. Thank you, Adam. Next I have, Adam, did you want to tell us the little thing that you had, or?
Yeah, I would love to. I didn't want to get away from the conversation and steer into individual things again right away if there was more on this.
Well, I think there will be more, but I'm going to say that I think we should interleave, the detail with the big picture. Okay. So to the extent that we're on you, and this is a good chance for you to say it, why don't you just put it on the table? No, I'm going to go to you next, Junie. I was just asking Adam if he wanted to finish the thought he had started.
Sure. So my smaller idea is it has to do with using officers in a private capacity with Boulder PD equipment, cars, all of that. This came up as a conversation with BI. I think a lot of people have seen it at Whole Foods, where it's an off-duty officer who's being hired to be there. And I just have a problem with that, just because in my experience, when I was working privately as security, if I went and used my shirt from the Walrus and all my equipment and went to another job and had all that stuff on, people would probably be thinking I was representing the Walrus at that time, when in fact, I wasn't. And that stuff just gave me sort of extra clout. So I kind of have a personal concern with that aspect of our policing, and we can get into that. But, this showed up with BI. Should that be a practice that we allow within the community? I have no problem with officers doing whatever they want in their off-duty time, but if they look like a Boulder police officer while they're not performing the job of a Boulder police officer, then I have a little bit of concern. That was my one thing.
Very good. So that's noted, Adam, and we'll put that in the hopper. Junie, you're up next.
Sam, I am done with this subject. I didn't want to add any more. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry that, I get really, this was a very emotional and it's very personal to me as well, because as a Black person living here in Boulder, and of course I understand that I have certain privileges, as a council person, when I'm out in the neighborhood. But imagine those people who are not well known in the neighborhood as well. So I think, police reform is very personal to me. It's something that I take very seriously. And I do believe if any council member here says that having disciplinary matrix for police officers is not very important, and I think that person should definitely reconsider and think about it, because I believe having these metrics and those little actions are very important to keep good police officers on the street. And these things are very important, especially when we're talking about racial profiling and all the other issues that minority communities face, whether it's in Boulder or around the world in the United States. So I think these things are very important, and we need to talk about them. And as a council, we need to move forward on these issues. But I can understand people have different priorities and don't think of it that way, but I do. And thank you.
Thank you, Junie. So we've got Rachel next, and then if there's no other hands, I'll come in. Rachel?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Junie for sharing that. And I appreciate that this is an extraordinarily difficult conversation and subject, and agree that we should be doing everything we can as fast as we can to make this better. So again, just hoping that we will get to a point where we are making, where we are engaging so that we can get all of the ideas gathered and then promote as a council that we are making systemic change. So thanks for sharing that, Junie.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. I have a few thoughts on this subject. I mean, there couldn't be a more important thing for us to take up. And, you know, we launched in a way on our journey for police reform last year, and we have worked, I think, diligently to try and take steps towards a better model of police oversight. So in one way, we're already moving ahead. We've got a train that's moving, which I think is going to result in very good things. It's going to result in more community involvement in the management of citizen police interaction. And I think that would be useful. It's also hopefully going to build trust in that there is an appeal system to talk about police behavior that is perceived to be inappropriate or unfounded. And we need to make sure that there is a good system to follow through on those citizen complaints, and also to audit the policies of the police department. So I think we have had our community bring forward to us a proposed system which involves citizen oversight of the police department. So I think it's important that we have that going on and that we don't derail that with other potential fixes around the policing and the criminal justice system. So that very important work, I feel, needs to continue on and will result in improvement in the citizens of Boulder's ability to influence police policy, as well as to monitor specific individual incidents that may or may not be outside of what we hope for policing. So I think we have one big chunk of work that we do not want to slow down or abandon. And you know, we heard from Amy and Chief Harold about that. And so I feel that that's all to the good. We want to make sure that's still going on. We want to make sure the community understands how we got here and what the schedule is. So I think we've done a nice job with that. I will also say that this issue of policing is different than many of the city organizations, because lethal force is an option which can be used and has been used in our community by police officers. And so it's a very important issue that is very germane at the moment. It's also a wicked problem because, as Rachel and others have pointed out, it's entangled with structural racism, which is an issue that we know is a real problem in our both community and our society. And so we can't solve the structural racism problem in a vacuum. One of the points at which it intersects with people's lives is policing, right? And so to the extent that there is racism embedded in the police department, we need to continue to work to try and reduce it and eliminate it over time. Mary's point is well taken. These are processes. Unfortunately, they don't happen overnight. Sometimes there are aha moments, and hopefully the unfortunate police behavior in Minneapolis, which resulted in the death of George Floyd, is something that we all use as a learning moment, where we all look at these policing issues and we say, because people lose their lives when police power is misapplied, we have to be very serious about how we approach this. And we need to make sure that the racism elements which are tied into bad policing are acknowledged, understood, and reduced and then eliminated. And so I think in wicked problems like climate change, like homelessness, and like policing and racism and how those intersect, wicked problems require kind of a two-pronged approach. You can't just look at the big picture and come down from the top, and you can't just look from the bottom up at little things. You have to do both at the same time, because both are important. And that can be very frustrating, because when some people want to talk about the big picture, others are talking about the details. And when some are talking about the details, others want to be thinking about the big picture. So I think the work that we have to do as a council is to be coherent, and we need to do that with input from our community. And so being coherent when we have wicked problems to cope with means that we have to be patient, and we have to be disciplined. It doesn't mean that the urgency isn't there. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have this be a top priority. Those things are all true. But I think that we need to acknowledge these will be tough problems. They may be 2 steps forward and 1 step back as we're trying to solve them. There may be unintended consequences of steps that we do take. So I would just point out that we need to be diligent about it, but that like all wicked problems, it's not going to fall easily. And it's going to be something that requires, as Mary said, kind of a lifetime, a continuum of work. And every time we get better, there's still always another step that we can take to be even better. I want to close with one thought that I want to share. We all have different life experiences. And one of my life experiences for 15 years was being an active volunteer firefighter for a community just to the west of Boulder. And, you know, I got to see lots of police officers in my time. And some of them were really good. Some of them were not so good. But I would have to say on the whole, most of the police officers that I worked with in a capacity of life-saving and rescue, the police officers really showed up and they risked their lives alongside other people who were risking their lives. I can point to one specific incident that if it weren't for a sheriff's deputy who waded into Boulder Creek at 2 in the morning and attached a chain to a Jeep that was lying on top of a person trapped in the creek, that person would have died almost certainly. And the police officer being there, risking their lives, resulted in someone else's life being saved. No guns, no anything, just a person who was sworn to protect, who I witnessed do that job and save a life. So this issue is complex, not just in the policy realm, but people are involved. And, you know, we need to respect, I think, the fact that many good police officers would not have done what the officer in Minneapolis did, which killed a person. And we need to acknowledge that we need to see the racism, ferret it out, make sure that our use of force policies preserve life, as the chief said, and have the sanctity of human life at the center. We need to also realize that the officers who are doing this work need our support. They need the right training. They need the right framing. And, you know, as Rachel said, if we could get rid of all those weapons in our society, it would be a much easier conversation. But we do live in a society that has as many guns as it does people in it. So sorry to go on for a long time. I just want to point out that this is a time for us to be leaders and exhibit leadership. And that means acknowledging everybody has a different take on the problem. Everyone's going to bring different suggestions and perspectives to the situation. And we're going to need to have really open ears, try and integrate what we hear from the community and help staff make sure that all of us are oriented to the problem solving that we need to do. So thank you, Chief, for your time. Thank you, Amy, for the work that you've done with the racial equity programs that we have that we're moving forward on. I would invite any other council members to close however they'd like, but I thank all of you for thinking hard about this. Rachel?
I'm just concerned that we're closing and we haven't decided to take any, as a council, proactive steps. I don't think so. That's been my concern, that if we don't commit to owning this at our level, that it is discretionary with the police department, and we haven't even indicated where we're going. So I don't get it.
Would you like to lead us there? Do you have some proposal that you'd like to put out?
Yes,
is there some?
Thank you. Okay, so I think it should be added. I had initially proposed tacking it on either to our police oversight, broadening that part of our work plan to police reform or some higher level, and hopefully vesting the police oversight committee or group with the ability to think more systematically through these issues. and or creating an additional work group where some of us and experts in the community and staff members and whoever else makes sense could be working through these, on par with how we work through other big issues. I think this needs to rise to the level, and I know that it's going to come up as part of the master plan reboot. So if there's a way to procedurally, I don't care too much how we title it, but I don't want to say that it is proceeding, because this is an extraordinary challenge, an extraordinary issue that I think we need to get all the way around and under and through and come out some hard work in a better place.
Good, Mary.
I just wanted to echo the words of one of the leaders at one of the protests over the weekend, who said, "Do this, not because you hate the police, but because you love Black people." And I think that that's how we need to proceed. And I would disagree with Rachel that we don't have a plan. I think we absolutely have a plan. There's so many things going on, as Adam pointed out. And I just can't think of what else we would take on. We've got the budget strategy committee. We've got the racial equity work going on. We have the police oversight board. We have the police master plan. And I think that we are taking many, many steps, and perhaps the results will take some time to bear fruit, but I think we're taking the right steps.
Okay. So Mary's okay. Adam, I'm sorry, Adam.
Yeah, quick question. When is the first hearing by council of the police master plan? When does that process kick off? Because I think that might be the impetus that we're looking for. And hopefully that's sooner than later.
Jane, do you have an answer for that, or Harold?
Part of an answer, but maybe not exactly what you were hoping. So Maris has been with the city maybe 7 weeks at the most, and is appearing at almost every city council meeting now. What I had been under the view of is that we were going to allow her to get her feet under her, and that later this year, around the October timeframe, so the beginning of the fourth quarter, that we would have the master plan kickoff. And as I indicated before, there is funding in order to make that happen. So that would be kind of the kickoff of it. Probably a good time, because we'll also be hearing from the oversight committee at that point as well. So that was kind of my goal. Also, I do want to mention that I had a number of conversations with Rachel last week on this topic. And so an idea that I had is that perhaps, she did this very quickly in response to Rachel's request, and we could refine that and bring that back to the city council sometime in July, and the council could endorse it. It's an action plan that if you endorsed it, we could put it up on the website. It could be the thing that you are promising the community that we're going to get done. And then as she comes back with her updates, she can address those items and the status on each of them.
Thank you, Jane. So I'll come back to Adam and say, Adam, did that answer your question? And do you have any response to that?
Yes, that did answer my question. However, I agree with Rachel to a point where, before we get to tackle this full force in October, what are we going to do to prevent unnecessary deaths or, unnecessary violence by our police department?
Adam, can I address that, Mayor?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that. Thank you.
So there's two big heavy lifts that I want to, because we're in a pandemic. But I can change the policy itself, and I can train the staff So I know that we have a robust investigation process. And then I can train that internally. The next thing that we can do is work on the crime strategy itself and make sure that we have a coherent strategy moving forward. So I can put an inspections policy in relatively quickly, and I can have people inspecting the processes. All of this entire action plan probably will take me every bit of 2 years to accomplish if I do it right, and we do it smart, the way that everybody here demands evidence-based policies, procedures, and training. I'm just under a strange time in history where there's a pandemic and I can't get outside help to make me, enable the police department to be trained a little bit differently in these big concepts. But I promise you, everything that I can do in the meantime, I've already started these initiations on just about every one of those action plans. But some are going to be much heavier lifts than others. And so I hope you'll be patient with me, because thoughtfulness is so important right now. And doing this right and making sure the police understand why we're doing this is equally as important. So know that I'm actively engaged in a lot of these steps already. Some cannot be completed until we can bring outside assistance in. And I'll be glad to answer any further questions, Adam. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Chief. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I think the community is just looking for what can be done now and why, if it can't be done, why can't it be done? And I think you explained it perfectly. So that's all I was really looking for. As we said, structural change takes time, but we wanted to make sure that we're doing everything we can to save life if we can't do so much structural change in a short amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I have Aaron.
Hey, first of all, folks, I'm having internet problems, so I'm going to turn my video off, so please bear with me while I do that. So Adam, thank you for asking that question, and Chief, thanks for that excellent response. I really appreciate that. And also for putting together that action plan. Jane, I think your suggestion about how we kind of follow the roadmap of that action plan and create that kind of higher level of council involvement with that, I think is a great idea. So I think that gets towards my point of the council staying more involved and making sure things are moving forward, and the ownership that Rachel was talking about. And then, you can't do everything at once. I get it. I do hear that you're moving aggressively forward on a lot of these items, so I appreciate that. So I look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Great, Aaron, thank you. And I'm going to attempt to bring this home again. In a way, I agree with Adam's question and the Chief's response that digging into use of force policies, that's one of the things that I think many of us signed on to with the My Brother's Keeper pledge. And I think one of the reasons that idea of reviewing use of force policies came to the top of their recommendation list was because that is, Adam, the intersection between, an officer on the street and what they're trained in is the use of force policies from the department and how that's communicated to the officers. So, Rachel, I heard your request about what we're going to do concretely. I think Mary and Jane and the Chief have kind of given you a perspective of what we've got set in place now. I think if we want to bring up a task force or a group to seat or a panel to kind of help organize these thoughts and to go maybe beyond policing, I think that's something that we could bring back and talk about at CEC when we might be able to bring that forward. what it might look like. So I'm not quite sure specifically what you were putting out there, Rachel, but I think that's worthy of further conversation from my individual perspective. You know, if there's a way to use the energy found in the community right now to help us think through these issues, both policing and non-policing, I'd be open to it. I think maybe we want to work over the next few weeks or perhaps even over the break in outlining specifics of that thought process. I'm not sure we have enough now to promise action, but I don't think anybody on this council, at least the way I'm interpreting the conversation over the last couple of weeks, wants to not solve the big picture problem and all the attendant problems. It's just a question of how we organize to do that. I agree with Mary, we have a bunch in process. If there needs to be more, I think we should continue the conversation. I'm not sure we'll get there tonight. So those are my thoughts. I'm going to ask for one final round of comments if anyone has them. Otherwise, I'm going to say some thank yous. Does anyone, any other council member have comments?
Just another thing that I forgot to bring up. We also have the racial equity plan out there in the community, which Amy and the outreach team are doing work on. So I just wanted to bring that up too, because that's been in process for a while as well.
Thank you very much, Mary. Okay, well, thank you, Jane, Amy, and Chief Harold for your input, your feedback, being willing to answer questions. As you know, this is a huge focus of our community, our state, and our nation right now. So I know that it's kind of put the city organization in a hot seat. I appreciate your responsiveness to getting us I will call it the written version of the action plan going forward around policing. That's very helpful. I agree with Jane that if we consider that and commit to it, if council pledges, the city government will be working to that plan. We can put it on the website. It won't be a static document. It will be something that changes and updates. So thank you to everybody, all of my fellow council members. I know this is a hard conversation, and to the community, we invite your continued input. If it could not be form letters, that would be great. But if you have specific things you want to volunteer to work, you have ideas of what we should be doing as we go forward, you know, hearing specific feedback on the plans that staff has laid out, or feedback on what Rachel's put out there about what kind of group that we could put together that might be helpful with this, that would all be great. So I want to close by saying thank you. These are big, hard problems. We have to address them because there are a matter of life and death for members of our community. So thank you all, and I look forward to our next steps. Okay, with that, I will turn back to Debbie and see what our next agenda item is.
Our next item is the financial update.
Yeah, and this is something that we have been preparing for several weeks. I'm going to introduce, as you well know her, Cheryl Patelli, who is our Chief Financial Officer. And Cheryl will be introducing the other members of the team that will be making the presentation. So Cheryl?
Thanks, Jane. I'm not sure who has the presentation. Oh, thank you. Thanks for bringing it up. Next slide, please. So thanks again, Council, and good evening. Tonight we have with us for our first speakers, Rich Wobbekind, Brian Lewandowski, and Robert McNown, all three from CU Boulder. And first of all, I just want to thank them for helping us. They are going to present to you the first round of our modeling in our Boulder tax revenue forecast, along with a small section on updates to economic conditions since our last meeting. Then Cara and I will get into the city budget outlook. I'll talk about the April sales tax numbers. Cara will get into our modeling the city has done, which is inclusive of all revenue types. And then both Cara and I will discuss budget reduction strategies that we have been working on. Councilmember Joseph from the Financial Strategy Committee will bring forth their recommendations regarding the 2021 council budget focus. And then at the end, we added a really short section, and Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services, will be presenting an update on the Housing and Human Services budget, and really with the point of helping understand how that budget changes from year to year. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Rich, Brian, and Robert.
All right, well, thank you for inviting us to be here tonight. And as a citizen, I thoroughly enjoyed the last discussion. I just want to pass that on to the council. So moving along on this topic, as was mentioned, really long, and we attempted to address the questions we got from council last week that were raised. So hopefully some of those will be answered in the presentation. And then when we get to discussion questions about the modeling in particular, Robert McNown will be helping to answer the questions for us. So if I could have the next slide, please. So what you know is that quarterly GDP has been erratic, to say the least, and we had the first quarter revised to -5%. The forecast that we're using, which is underlying what we're doing, our projections, shows about a -30+% for the second quarter on an annualized basis, and then a very strong bounce back in the third quarter. But this combination of factors, and then what carries on after that, really creates the so-called swoosh effect in terms of the recovery. So when we get to Brian's comments in just a few minutes, he's going to tell you the assumptions underneath that. But this is what the sort of GDP forecast looks like that's underlying that. Next slide, please. One thing I really want to highlight, or we really want to highlight, is we saw this big surge in April in terms of personal income. We also saw people saving and not spending a lot on their credit cards or in credit debt, which, given the circumstances, probably good. It doesn't help the recovery quite as much, but it's obviously good for people to shore up their financial positions. But the big highlight here is the green box at the top. So the reason personal income went up was because transfer payments, the $1,200 to $2,400 checks, the unemployment insurance payments, and so on, were exceedingly strong. That gave the personal income the really big boost. When you look at dividends and proprietors' income, those are proprietors' income, the smaller dividends is pretty close to the same. Employee compensation fell, as you would expect, given the shutdown of so many businesses and the loss of so many jobs in such a short period of time. But the highlight here is, going forward, you're not going to see that kind of transfer payment receipts by next year in 2021. The next piece of legislation, which is being debated right now, I think the president is suggesting now he wants to hold off on putting anything in place until July, after the 4th of July. But I suspect that will include additional unemployment benefits, maybe at a reduced rate, federal government unemployment benefits at a reduced rate. I certainly think it's going to include some provision for state and local government transfers, given the fiscal condition of the states at this point in time. Next slide, please. So this is the employment change, and just the magnitude you can see. We had to totally rescale everything, minus 22 million. And then, of course, we saw the positive report last week of positive 2.5 million. These jobs coming back largely in some of the industries that were shut down, manufacturing in particular, that retool, but also leisure and hospitality, and you know, some accommodations in particular. Nonetheless, we've still seen, 20, 30 million people unemployed in a short period of time, and it's going to take a little bit of time for the employment to come back, and that's part of the sort of swoosh comment you're going to hear more about here shortly from Brian. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the employment change March and April in Colorado. So you can sort of see where those jobs have been lost on the left-hand side, the percentage of the jobs lost in that time period. The right-hand side, the actual number of jobs. So you can see 75% of the losses on the right-hand side were in other services, which includes things like tattoo parlors, beauty salons, car repair shops, all these kinds of personal services, retail trade, which you're well aware of, arts, entertainment, and recreation, and then healthcare and social assistance, and then the bottom one in particular, accommodations and food services. That's your leisure and hospitality sector. The healthcare and social assistance, as doctors' offices and other types of things are reopening, we would expect to see a number of those jobs returning, as well as some restaurants reopening, as you know. We do think there will be additional, I keep calling it collateral damage, to the government sector, certainly to the construction sector in a certain part of the year. Certain parts of business, professional and business services are starting to show some weakness. And then real estate, rental, and leasing, we're going to have one class, of course, of real estate, the commercial with the retail spaces and the restaurants and so on, which is probably going to, suffer some impacts. So you can see those pieces just as sort of setting up the now and then the future. Next slide, please. So I think this is the last slide in the front piece, just shows you where Boulder is positioned in terms of unemployment rates. The state was 11.7 or a little over 11. You can see Boulder is below the state average, and Boulder is also below in terms of the front range. It's one of the lowest of the front range. Why is that? Well, one obvious explanation would be our mix of industries. We have proportionately a little bit less in tourism and leisure and hospitality, not so much in restaurants, but in the tourism and leisure hospitality. But the other important thing to note here with unemployment numbers is that the unemployment rates are reported by where you live, not where you work. So to the extent that people who are getting laid off in retail and restaurants are not living in the city of Boulder, but are living in Boulder County, but they're living out of Boulder County and in Westminster or in Denver or some other place, they're going to show up in the unemployment rates for another county, not the unemployment rates for Boulder County. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Brian Lewandowski, to talk about the Boulder revenue forecast.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you particularly to the Finance Department for their collaboration, providing valuable data and insight in order for us to really create a robust economic model that hopefully provides helpful guidance to the city regarding revenue scenarios. Please advance the slide. So in the call with you in late April, on April 28th, in fact, Rich and I discussed various shapes of the recovery. People are getting very creative in the letters and shapes they use to describe the potential recovery, 4 of which are displayed for you here: V-shaped, U-shaped, the swoosh, and the W recovery. Our internal insight has leaned towards a W or a swoosh, despite some renewed optimism about a V-shaped recovery following the National Jobs Report last week. Next slide, please. Our model begins with historic and projected national economic data about gross domestic product, about employment, about personal income, industry growth, retail sales, inflation, auto sales, construction, and many other variables. We then relate how the Colorado economy performs in relation to the nation. and how the Boulder economy performs in relation to the nation and the state, and ultimately how Boulder taxes performs in relation to the national, state, and local economies. We then leverage various forecasts about the national economy, also called macroeconomic forecasts or macro forecasts. We source these from Moody's Analytics, a forecast that is also leveraged by the Colorado Office of State Planning and Budgeting, Colorado Legislative Council, the Colorado Demography Office, and CDOT. We select from a range of Moody's forecast scenarios about the national economy, and then this macro forecast ultimately drives our local forecast. The Moody's macro forecast includes many assumptions. One is that this is going to be a swoosh economic recovery, but with notable variations by industry. For instance, they're projecting that the manufacturing industry may look more like a V-shaped recovery, while the leisure and hospitality recovery may look more like a swoosh recovery. So there's variances when we're looking at specific industries. The second major assumption that we looked at is that the GDP gap remains in place until 2023, meaning that there's excess capacity and labor slack in the market for at least 3 years. We also note that the short-term GDP growth is very volatile. Rich mentioned that the first quarter GDP shrank by 5%. On an annualized basis, the second quarter GDP is expected to decrease 33%. The third quarter is expected to increase 16%. But I want to emphasize how to read these GDP growth numbers. These are annualized numbers, meaning that Q1 decreased 1.3% over Q4 2019. But when this rate is annualized, revenue, or GDP rather, decreased at a 5% annualized rate. So when we annualize it, it just is projecting it out as if it were to grow at that same rate for a whole year. So Q2 may have decreased or may decrease a simple 9.4% from Q1 to Q2, but if it continues at this pace, then the rate of decline would be minus 33%, hence a 33% annualized rate of growth or loss. Another assumption is that the employment trough hits a bottom this quarter, the second quarter of 2020, with the recovery in 2024. This scenario does not assume a second business disruption like the lockdown that we're just now emerging from, and it does assume a vaccine in the summer of 2021. Of course, Moody's also recognizes there are many risks to the macro outlook, including a few that I'll mention. One, that there could be a second wave of the coronavirus that is more severe than they are currently expecting. Another risk is that there's a lack of government-to-government stimulus, as Rich was mentioning a few moments ago. So that would be a lack of federal stimulus to state and local governments. And also that we could see a sharp rise in bankruptcies, particularly among small businesses, more than we're sort of currently thinking about it. Next slide, please. I think it's helpful to reflect on what has happened during past cycles. In particular, let's examine the last recession, which spanned 18 months from December 2007 to June 2009. So go ahead and advance, please. So looking back at this last event, Colorado employment peaked in May 2008 and declined for 20 months before bottoming out in January 2010 and returning to growth, ultimately losing 6.6% of jobs statewide. Boulder employment declined for 21 months before returning to growth after January of 2010, ultimately losing 6.8% of jobs. So our Boulder job loss was longer by 1 month, and it was a little bit deeper than what we saw statewide. Colorado personal income and Boulder personal income peaked in the second quarter of 2008 and declined for the next 5 quarters before hitting the trough in Q3 of 2009, 6.7% lower for Colorado and 10.5% lower for Boulder. So again, it was a little bit deeper in Boulder. Boulder sales taxes followed a similar path. On a 12-month rolling sum, Boulder's sales taxes peaked in April 2008 and reached bottom in November of 2009, dropping 9.3%. So,
Brian, I have a quick question,
yes,
if I may. graphs here that show the job losses and recoveries. Does the same hold true as what you said previously, that the job losses show up in other counties if the people do not live in the county?
So the job losses show up where the job resides. So if we see job losses at Boulder institutions, those job losses show up in the Boulder data. But unemployment is based on a household survey, so that's based on where people live, the location where they live, not the location of where they work.
Okay, so the job losses in the lower left-hand graph then is job losses.
Correct. Yep. The upper left-hand corner is job losses. So even a year after the official end of the recession, as employment and personal income started regrowing, as you can see in these charts, Colorado employment, personal income, Boulder employment, Boulder personal income, and Boulder taxes were below their peaks. So not until personal income recovered did we see a recovery in sales taxes, which then impacts this decrease in personal income and employment ultimately impacts consumption, which impacts retail sales, taxable sales, and taxes. So this is a really important point as we look forward at the projections. So please advance one. So now let's look at what we're facing today. Go and advance another one, please. Our model has Colorado's economy stagnating slightly longer than the nation before recovering. So we are projecting 9 quarters with personal income below the peak, with a Q1 2021 deficit. So that's a year from now, 21.6 billion below the high water mark from Q4 of 2019, as federal unemployment backfills go away and as the job market remains depressed. So go ahead and advance. As Rich showed you earlier in this presentation, personal income is comprised of dividends, interest and rent, transfer payments, proprietor income, and wage and salary income. The wage and salary income specifically is projected to follow a similar pattern in the state, down 7.5 billion, a smaller amount than personal income because we're looking at just the wage and salary piece of personal income. Please advance. Of course, this is driven by the fall in employment that we projected reaching bottom this month here in June, but taking until late 2022 to rebound to the prior recession peak, which is slightly faster than the national employment recovery that we're looking at. But Q1 2021 may still show a deficit of 6%. So that's, again, taking a look at about a year from now, we're still projecting this employment deficit. Please advance. Which is why we still see an estimated deficit of 4.7% for Boulder personal income in Q1 2021. So I think there's sort of this this thought process where it goes, if we've been under lockdown, if businesses have been shut down, like what we've currently seen over the past 2 or 3 months, then this should really be the worst of it, and we should be on this this path to recovery. But the story that I've just told you is really showing you how this deficit in employment and income lead to an economic deficit that lasts until about the first quarter of 2021 before we actually start marching towards a recovery. Please advance. Which leads us to total taxes. The summation of sales taxes, auto use taxes, construction use taxes, other use taxes, and property taxes, which is what we were charged with helping you all forecast. We provided a low, medium, and high estimate for the tax revenue streams. Our medium estimate for taxes calls for 7.4% decline for calendar year 2020, followed by a modest decline in 2021 before recovering. And again, that 2021 decline is really led by the first quarter. Revenue surpasses the prior peak in 2023 as the employment and income gaps close. The upper bound optimistically shows a 0.8% decrease for 2020 full year, with recovery of revenue in 2021, while this pessimistic or low scenario puts Boulder's revenue recovery on a path beyond the forecast horizon that we looked at. Now let's look at a couple of specific revenue sources. Please advance. This is a slide that I showed you in late April, but then I could only reflect on March data when we looked at this in April. Now we can view national retail sales by category for the months of March and April. Overall, retail sales fell by 23% in 2 months. This is a record decrease, with grocery and liquor sales leading with over 10% growth and losses across all of the other categories. The worst being in clothing stores, which were down about 90%, furniture stores down about 67%, electronics 65%, and restaurants and bars down 50% in just 2 months. Next slide, please. Data that we received from the city staff showed grocery sales taxes increasing 75% from February to March and 89% year over year, while all other retail sales decreased 7.6% year over year, from February to March, illustrating a similar pattern to what I just showed you for national retail sales, so a very different magnitude. So given the volatility in some of these categories, we modeled grocery store sales separate from all other retail, netting a loss of retail sales taxes overall of 13.1% for 2020. So that's our 2020 forecast is minus 13.1. We see a hangover in grocery sales following the sector's extraordinary growth in 2020. Grocery sales decreased from 2020 to 2021 in our forecast before returning to growth. But aside from this anomaly in grocery sales in 2020, it's more or less a trend growth from 2019 to 2021. All other retail sales returned to growth in 2022 in our model, but they still remain below peak for the horizon. So they start to grow from a much smaller base, and it's on a slower path to recovery. Next slide, please. Next, we looked at construction activity as an indicator for construction use taxes, along with other driving indicators for construction. In 2019, the value of construction in Boulder County was down 5% compared to 2018. And for the first 4 months of 2020, the value of construction in Boulder County was down 33% year over year compared to the first 4 months of 2019. So as we look forward nationally and statewide, the construction outlook is down to the COVID-19 pandemic, which thus for Boulder, we end up projecting a decrease in construction use taxes for the city of Boulder. Please advance. Of course, this trajectory for construction use taxes may change based on just a few projects that get permitted. So if we saw a couple of large residential or commercial projects come online, that could change this construction use tax trajectory. Next slide, please. And I'm going to end by talking about property taxes. In Colorado, most property, including residential and commercial, is assessed every 2 years. Hence, the assessed value from 2019 essentially designates the taxable value of your home in 2020 and 2021. Change in property taxes in the off assessment years then are largely based on transactions or sales. Hence, what we get here looks like a step function in how property taxes grows. Next slide, please. The great impending risk to property taxes is the Gallagher Amendment, and there's been a couple of really good articles about this recently in the Colorado Sun and the Denver Post that explains this pretty well. This amendment was adopted by Colorado voters in 1982, and it intends to split the property tax burden between residential and commercial properties. For residential, it's fixed at 45% of the burden, and for commercial, it's fixed at 55% of the burden. Residential growth and appreciation has outpaced commercial growth and appreciation in Colorado, requiring adjustments to the assessment ratio to keep this property tax split in check. So for commercial properties, the assessment ratio is 29%, meaning that $1 million commercial property has a $290,000 taxable value, $1 million times 29%. Residential properties are currently assessed at 7.15%, meaning that $1 million residential property has a $71,500 taxable value. Based on the city general fund mill levy of 9.948 mills, the commercial building owner under the scenario I described would owe the city of Boulder nearly $2,900, while the residential homeowner would owe the city of Boulder $711, in addition to the county property taxes, school district, and special districts. It has been suggested that the residential assessment ratio could drop to 5.88%. If that were the case, $1 million residential property would then net Boulder $585 versus $711, which would be a decrease to that homeowner of 18%. Roll this up for all of the residential properties in Boulder, and it yields a decrease of about $4 million for Boulder on average per year over the years from 2022 to 2025. Then think about what this means for other local taxing jurisdictions like Boulder Valley School District, which includes homes not only in the city of Boulder, of course, but all of Boulder Valley. And BVSD's mill levy is 48.359, nearly 5 times the rate for the city of Boulder general fund. So that starts to multiply it then in your head what that would mean for the Boulder Valley School District and for our special districts within the region. Next slide, please. I just want to end with a couple of comments. I want to remind you that we build our models using time series data and track how the local economy performs in relation to the regional, state, and national economies. Our forecasts may be too high or too low, reflecting uncertainty in the economy, but that's why we provide you with a range with our most likely estimate. We're updating the forecast monthly to reflect the most current economic situation, and we're working closely with city staff. I have to say that city staff has the additional benefit of institutional knowledge that can help refine our economic outlook. We're also looking at other refinements to improve our model, including forecasting at a more disaggregated level. I already mentioned how we forecast grocery and all other retail sales separately. We're looking at ways to further disaggregate those revenue streams to see if we can come up with even a better forecast. I'm going to stop there, go ahead and advance one slide. And if you all have the time, Robert McNown, Rich, and I are happy to take some of your questions.
Amos, you're on mute. So I don't have any hands up right now. Questions. Mark?
Forecast you made in your last presentation to us, my recollection was you projected a trough of about 15% unemployment, rising to 8% by the end of the year in 2020. Are these consistent with that? Have they changed for the worse, changed for the better?
Well, I would say on the sort of national macro, going to the first part of your question, the main numbers and the unemployment numbers associated with that were a little bit of a surprise, but I was talking 8-9% by the end of the year, and I think most of the forecasts now are saying it's probably going to be still at 10% by the end of the year, 9% or 10%. So I think they're pretty consistent in that respect. In terms of the other types of recovery by sector, I think that's still pretty much unknowns at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Mary?
Thank you for that presentation. So there's been a lot of talk about how this event has affected disproportionately people of lower income. And there's also a lot of conversation out there about remedying that that issue and doing so via things like minimum wage and paid sick leave. Do any of your models show the recovery if such policies were implemented? And if so, how?
Well, minimum wage is already built into it at both national and state level. The unpaid sick leave is I'm sorry, paid sick leave is one of those policies that it's not clear at all it's going to actually happen now because of the massive deficits that the state government in particular is looking at it at this point. I do think you're raising a very valid question, though. Not only is this group lower income strata disproportionately affected, but the recovery of those jobs in the way they used to be may be much, much more difficult. And there may be, I think, more progressive attempts to do retraining and other types of things to help those people get back into the labor force at better paying jobs. The unemployment rate for people with a high school diploma or less is over double what it is for college graduates, even right now in this sort of catastrophic time. So it's having a very, very strong impact on less educated and lower income folks.
And so you said that the minimum wage is already in place, and you're referring to the federal minimum wage?
Well, the state has a minimum wage that's much higher than the federal minimum wage.
Correct. Yeah, the $11 minimum wage. But if, like, say, Boulder County were to implement a minimum wage that is, I shouldn't call it minimum wage. I should call it living wage.
Okay. Yeah. I think the states is, Brian's going to help me on this, but I think the states is at 12 now, isn't it? Yeah, so the state's up to 12. The question is, would you go to 15 or a number larger than that? And I think that's a very legitimate question. What does it take to live on? But no, the model doesn't incorporate increases beyond what we know in legislation.
So all the models are business as usual recovery.
I guess that's a fair statement. Yeah, business as usual.
Thank you.
Yeah, as if anything is usual right now. Adam?
Yeah, thanks, Mary, for bringing up the minimum wage. Unfortunately, that was one of the things that dropped off when COVID hit because of small businesses not being able to bear that. But that's another topic I'd love to bring back as soon as possible, because we could get more resiliency for individuals if they were paid higher and hopefully a living wage, which is about $15 in this county. My specific question was, have you looked at any statistics about office space usage and what the long-term impact on office space might be, considering that we may get a shift to a work from home culture more permanently than we anticipated, much faster because of this event? So I'm just wondering, because for long-term planning of the city, I think that's a really important aspect where we could maybe be looking more at housing options instead of office space options in the future.
So that's a good, so we've been following this sort of the short run. There's the long run question, which I think you're asking, structural change kind of question. But the short run, we've been asking and conversing a lot confidentially with different real estate companies and rental and so on, who tell us that space and retail are struggling and they're starting to fall behind on payments, especially, of course, the retail. And they say they have been approached by some companies about downsizing their space, to go to your point specifically. But they also say there are some companies that are approaching them on increasing their space because people are in too close together at this point in time. So when they bring them back to have them socially distanced going into the future, they need to put more cubicles in or space them out more. And so far that's an inconclusive at this point. We don't know which way it's going. But your point is well taken. If more people are working from home, I think it suggests a couple of things. One is the office space thing. The second thing is you better ramp up the telecom system big time.
Yeah, thanks for that. I knew you probably wouldn't have a long-term answer, but that's definitely, as you're looking at things, something that I think is important to answer for many cities, not just our own.
Right.
Yeah, that was my only question. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the last hand up. I will ask a final question. Thank you again for the presentation, Richard and Brian. It's very helpful to us to try and figure out where we fit in the macro trends. On retail, New York City has seen a trend of retail storefronts not having their rental rates drop, even as the rates are high enough that retailers are being driven out of business, and they've looked at various remedies for that. Do you have any thoughts on if retail continues to be down as we go through a recession period, is there the likelihood that we'll end up with a lot of empty storefronts? And, you know, are there ways that the government can help with that, or is that just something where high land values keep storefronts vacant for a long time?
So I think Brian has thoughts on this, but I do think you're going to see, I mean, you saw the announcement in today's paper about 3 restaurants to start with. I do think it's going to be very difficult for businesses to operate, particularly restaurants, to operate with half capacity or less. It's a low margin business to start with. And so when you're talking about fewer people in the restaurant and lower volume, it's going to be tough. So we'll see how that sort of bears out, but I do think that's going to lead to more storefront issues. We have seen, by the way, like you probably have read or heard, Starbucks, for every one of their locations in the country, is telling the landlords, we're cutting the amount we're paying you, take it or leave it. So they're pushing the issue onto the landlords. But one sort of policy that's come up is some sort of a rent reduction for a period of time, at least I've heard this proposed, where it was a combination of the landlord giving up some of the rent and also some of it being property taxes from the community. Now, you're not in any particular shape to be giving up property taxes with the budget issues. So I don't know, but it's one of those things where it's shared suffering, if you will, in terms of who's helping to support the businesses, both the government and the realtors or finance people that are behind the real estate. So we'll see if any of those things come forward. Otherwise, I think they're going to be looking at a lot of storefronts that are going to have, you know, take a while to fill. Is that what they prefer, or would they prefer to help those businesses continue on and not have to refill everything over time? And especially true with retail, of course, with the shift to all of the e-commerce that's occurring at the same time.
Thank you, Richard. Mary, you've got your hand still up electronically. Are you good? Okay, so I think we have no hands up. I will kick it back to Jane to see how you want to proceed, or Cheryl.
I think it's Cheryl.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. So, next slide, please. I'm going to start the conversation and provide some April sales tax and other revenue results to you. Just as a reminder, sales tax and use tax represents 48% of total city revenue, excluding utilities. And just a point I want to reiterate that was just brought up by Rich and Brian's presentation. We obviously have seen a pretty big decline because of the closures related to COVID. But as we move into the 2021 budget, they are predicting a decline over our 2020 sales and use tax amounts. And a lot of that, as they stated, relates to the fall in personal income. So tonight we're focusing more on 2020. But as we come to you with the budget, we will be discussing the 2021 projections a lot more. Next slide. So April sales and use tax data, as a reminder, our revenue reports are on a cash basis, which means we only include the amounts in our report if they're actually paid. So we do have people who file but don't pay. Those amounts would not be included in our report. You will see April, and it is our first full month of closure. And To date, we believe we've processed most of our returns for April. They were due May 20th, but we still get stragglers coming in. So what you see tonight might be slightly different than what you see in the revenue report, which will come out in about a week or so. When we provided some information last month on delinquencies, I'm happy to report the February and March delinquency numbers have improved. Many businesses were waiting to see what was happening with federal stimulus money, and also been working with the city on some extensions and payment programs. We also sent out statements to all of our businesses on May 1st and have been working with them to get have them remit some past due collections. And then if you look at our April number, that's our most updated. We did receive 91% of our expected filings, which given the situation is positive in my opinion. And of the businesses that filed, 1.9% have not paid, which amounts to about $160,000 in taxes. And like I mentioned last month, most of that, those that have filed and not paid are in eating places in general retail, which of course we know are the categories that are experiencing severe business interruptions because of COVID. Next slide. So this slide, and I apologize, it's really busy, but I also think it's a really important slide with a lot of good information for you. Again, the darker the red, the steeper the decline, and similarly, the darker the green, the better the increase over the previous time period. So our first column on this provides you what percentage of total sales each category is for our sales tax collections. 2018 and 2019 columns represent year over year. So 2019 is over the entire year of 2018. And then the next four columns, M over M represents month over month. So these are just for that particular month. They are not year to date. And as you can see in April, that's where we see our steep decline due to COVID. We were down 35% month over month in April. It actually was slightly better than what we had projected and provided to you last month. We had projected a 45% decrease. We saw better than expected activity in computer related business sector. This represents large corporate sellers and sellers of software and online streaming services. So Boulder is unique. We do tax online software sales. So if you imagine people are sitting at home either through doing work or personal, it's not that surprising now that we think of it that those categories or that category increased the way that it did. We also saw outperformance from our projections in food stores, in transportation and utilities. And I'll explain a little of that on the next slide. And then our final column, oops, sorry, Chris. Our final column is year to date, April. So that's the first 4 months of the year compared to the first 4 months cumulatively of last year. And we're down 7%. We certainly do expect this to continue on a downward trend as we get more months of sales tax data in the system. Next slide. So we're going to show 3 of our largest categories. First is eating places, which represents 16% of our sales and use tax revenue. And I do want to point out that these charts are year-to-date numbers rather than month-to-month numbers. But what you can see, as we mentioned last month in February, there is a decline in eating places, and you might wonder why, because COVID did not have all the closures in February. It really relates to those delinquencies that we talked about. February taxes were due March 20th. So similarly, you see a steep decline moving on between both delinquencies, but more so the closures related to COVID in March and April for eating places. Next slide. General retail is 22.5% of our sales and use tax revenue. March came up stronger than what we thought. A lot of that related to the stock up buying that we discussed, but also we had a strong showing from our online retailers remitting voluntarily to us. So that was good news. As far as April, although we did get our online retailers submitting, it did not offset the steep declines that we saw in our brick and mortar stores here in town. Next slide. Food stores represents 15% of total sales and use tax. Again, these perform better than what we had expected. One thing to note with food stores that they do include liquor stores, which have continued to show very strong performance during the pandemic. So we hope to see the continuation of strong showing in food stores, but like Rich mentioned, next year it may be a little bit different of a picture because of all of the stocking up that has taken place. Next slide. One more, please, Chris. Thanks. So our next category I want to talk about is accommodations and short-term rental tax. And as we all suspected, this has taken a complete nosedive. We did talk to the Convention and Visitors Bureau last week and found out that their estimates have been revised down to show an additional $554,000 decrease from 2019 amounts. So their model now shows a drop of 4.3 million in hotel accommodation taxes for 2020. And we did include this new revised amount in our forecast that Cara will talk about soon. So we, Council Member Yates and I both discussed a little bit about the CVB and what they're doing to deal with their shortfall. They do receive 20% of this revenue, so that equates to about $862,000 drop for them. And they're making strategic decisions and adjusting their work plan operations and staffing levels for this year. Next slide. So this slide shows just some of our other major revenue sources that have been impacted by COVID. Last month, I showed you March revenue, and that was down anywhere from 30 to 90%. As you can see, April is down anywhere from 22 to 100%. One thing I want to note, again, is the Highway Users Tax Fund. The collections from the states do lag, and the Transportation Department is estimating up to a 70% decrease during the closure. So that will certainly have a significant impact on transportation. So again, we used all of this information and information that we received from Rich and his team to put in our new modeling, which Cara is going to go over next.
Thank you, Cheryl, and good evening, Council. Cara Skinner, Assistant Director of Finance. Next slide. So as Cheryl indicated, we are incorporating into our revenue forecast models the output or the results from CU's econometric model. And we have also been consulting not only with the CVB with regard to accommodations tax, but also many of our departments who are closest to these different types of taxes and fees. So we've incorporated all of that into our revenue model. Next slide. So this slide, before we get into our new modeling results, we wanted to put before you the results of CU's retail sales tax forecast against what we presented to you back in April. And I appreciate that Brian went quickly through his forecast slides, but I'll probably add a little bit of commentary to their forecast as I understand it, as we've been conversing over the last week. So the three bars in yellow are CU's estimates for 2020 retail sales tax. And the medium is actually their most likely result. And then the high and the low are the bounds of that result. So they are less probable, but they are potential. So the medium is the most likely. And that medium you'll see is right next to scenario A, as we presented back in April. So they're quite similar. I think there's about a 1% difference there. And then their low, which means low revenue, is a little bit higher than our scenario B and scenario C that we presented back in April also. So a little bit more optimistic than what we were thinking at that point. What their high bound has done is sort of, reintroduced a more optimistic potential than what we had back in April. Next slide. So now we're going to show the revenue shortfall estimates as we did last month or back in April. Next slide. So this is similar to what we presented, and this is potential revenue shortfall by source. So again, we have the same 6 sources down the left-hand column and retail sales taxes across the top. And we lined these up with the CU modeling. And so the first column is the most optimistic and what they're calling high, meaning high revenue, which then translates to a lower or smaller shortfall. Then the shaded blue, again, the most likely, and again, similar to our scenario A, is the medium revenue level or medium shortfall. And then the column to the right is the most pessimistic or the low revenue, which results in the greatest shortfall. So we applied a lot of their assumptions to these other revenue lines. But I do want to draw your attention to the third line down, the parks and recreation fees. You'll notice that that's the same number across, and that was based upon discussions with Parks and Rec, and they think that is their best estimate. You'll note that that is a substantial decrease of 43%. And then the lowest line, as Cheryl mentioned, accommodations tax. We have inserted the updated forecast from the Convention and Visitors Bureau of that decline of 4.3 million, which is a 49% decrease. And we have that consistently across the 3 scenarios. So big picture, in the most optimistic, for those that we modeled a range, the declines are between 6 and 10%. To the most pessimistic, the declines are between 16 and 19%. So a pretty wide range of a 10%, but I think that reflects the uncertainty of the situation. Next slide. So this, again, is similar to a slide we showed last month. And this is the potential revenue shortfall by fund. And again, the funds in the left-hand column are those funds that are our largest funds that are impacted by COVID. And again, the same 3 columns. And we just do want to note that the medium, which is similar to what we presented in April to scenario A, the total across these funds is 32.6 million. That's very close to what we were presenting in April, which was 31.9 million. The most pessimistic, the column on the right, across all these funds, the decline would be 42 million, which is just slightly less than 41.1 that we showed last month. But again, so that range from 32 to 42 is similar to the range that we had last month. So I think the big picture story is that the outlook hasn't changed substantially between last month and this month. But what has changed is this sort of reintroduction of this potential high or most optimistic, where the total decline would be about $25 million. slide. So facing those potential budget shortfalls, the city has put in place a number of budget balancing actions, and we're going to talk about those quickly. Next slide. And before we discuss the budget balancing actions, we thought we'd provide a little bit of context with regard to the budgets of these funds that are most impacted. And so for the general fund and the governmental capital fund, which is funded by the general fund, and for open space and mountain parks, the majority of those budgets are for operating personnel expenditures, which is abbreviated here with PE. And then the next largest budgeted category of expenditures is operating non-personnel expenditures, or NPE. And then they each have about 7% for capital. And that really reflects the services and programs and the personnel needed to provide those services. Transportation, you'll notice, has more capital, but it is still only 1/3, and a lot of operating NPE and PE. And then next slide. And then the Parks and Recreation Department has two funds that are significantly impacted: the 25-cent sales tax fund, and then the Recreation Activity Fund that we sort of refer to as the RAF. You'll notice for the RAF, more than 2/3 of that fund is budgeted for personnel expenditures. So Parks and Recreation has really taken a systems approach and considered all funding sources when prioritizing operations and making their reductions. So that's sort of the context of the budgets and the composition of the budgets as we move into looking toward budget reductions. Next slide. So preliminary total balancing actions by fund. You'll see the funds down the left column, and then the first column is this non-personnel and capital. You'll notice that across all funds, the total of the savings is nearly 19 million, and it is 67%, or 2/3 of the total savings that we've identified so far are non-personnel and capital related. The next column over is personnel expense savings, and that's 9.5 million and 33%. And then of course the total is about $28.4 million. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about these non-personnel and capital actions, and then Cheryl is going to come back on and talk to you about the personnel reductions. Next slide. So NPE budget balancing actions, and this slide actually should probably say NPE and capital. So of the total NPE and capital reductions of nearly 19 million, we did look first to capital of what we could defer, and we did identify approximately $6.3 million of capital projects that we could defer. That is 1/3 of the total NPE and capital savings together. And just to go down these one by one to give you an idea of the types of projects that we deferred. The first is the Alpine Balsam Hospital deconstruction, and we are currently only planning to defer $1.6 million of that budget. The exterior deconstruction is best done at the same time as the flood mitigation construction along Balsam, which is currently scheduled to happen in 2021, so it made sense to defer that budget. We're deferring the purchase of the incident command vehicle. There are a number of city facility projects that we're deferring to city buildings, as well as the Tea House and BMOCA. We are deferring the general fund portion of the on-street pay station replacement project. So we've just reduced the scope so that the general fund is not contributing to that project, and fewer pay stations will be replaced. Boulder Parks and Rec has deferred their Flatirons Golf Course Pro Shop and concessions renovation, as well as delaying their master plan update. Transportation Department has deferred a number of projects, and the types of projects that they're deferring are listed there. The next item, it's titled Charge Broadband Expenses to COP Proceeds. And what this is the general fund had advanced funding for the broadband project and had some broadband project management expenses budgeted in 2020. And when the bids came in for the project, they came in below estimates. And so there is capacity within the COP proceeds to cover those costs. So there's savings there to the general fund. The next line item is actually part of ATB1 is a reduction. And it's a reduction because the original 2020 budget had a nearly $400,000 general fund loan to the local power municipalization project. And the team has revised the project plan, so that loan is no longer needed. And then the last grouping is, virtually every department identified savings that it could generate through work plan changes or because there are staffing changes. The reality that there are lowest service levels in part or largely due to the fact that we have closed facilities, canceled events, and canceled projects. And so this large last category, we're going to show you some examples of the types of reductions that departments made on the next slide. So this is to give you a flavor of the types of things that departments have identified. For each of these departments, they've identified many more in addition to these, but these are a sampling. You'll notice the first three for climate initiatives, community vitality, and facilities, those all very clearly relate to changes in service levels or realities associated with the closures. So there's reduced demand for Boulder County's PACE advising service. So there's a little savings there. Community Vitality expects we will get a credit for the EcoPass program during this period of time when fairs were suspended. Because we have closed buildings, we are realizing savings from those buildings being closed. The next one, finance. We're happy to say we had a very successful implementation of our GenTax sales tax software, and because of that, we can release some contingency that we had for the project. Couple lines down, Housing and Human Services has done a yeoman's work and really worked to reprioritize their Human Services Fund and Health Equity Fund to really focus on basic needs of the community. And so this is one of the changes that they made. You'll hear later from Kurt Fernhuber regarding his budget, but they've done a lot of good work there. And I don't need to go through each and every one of these. I can give you a little time to gaze at them, but just a lot of work by the departments to identify non-personnel operating expense savings. And then this list alone totals up to $2 million. And of course, there are many more that add up to that total sum on the previous slide. But with that, I'll turn it back over to Cheryl, who's going to present on the personnel expense actions.
Thanks, Cara. Next slide, please. So I just want to start off by recognizing that personnel reductions are certainly a much more difficult thing than when we're talking about non-personnel. It impacts our staff, who really are our most important asset to the city. So unfortunately, when you look at those charts that Cara showed at the beginning of her reduction presentation, many of our funds have over 50% of their budget in personnel. So when we're looking to fill a gap as large as what we are anticipating, we do need to look to staffing when we do that. So the first slide is really our reductions by the numbers. And I want to start off on the left-hand side in blue, and that's our standard employees. And that's compared to the right-hand side in gray, which are numbers related to our non-standard employees. Now, when I talk about non-standard, I mean our seasonal employees, our temporary, and our interns. And we see most of these employees in Parks and Rec and OSMP as they have summer programs that require us to hire seasonal and temporary employees. But I'll start by the numbers on the left-hand column for our standard. As you saw in Rich and Brian's forecast, we realized that the impact to sales tax and other revenues, quite frankly, is not just going to be in 2020. It's going to be long-term. They're predicting a 2 to 3 year recovery from COVID. So when we start thinking long-term, we really need to look at ongoing costs. And we made the decision to do some layoffs and terminations effective June 1st. And that's the 56 number on the left for our standard employees. And of that 56, 7 are fixed term employees. And these employees were set to have their positions expire at the end of the year. We moved it up to June 1st. The second item is the furlough that we talked about last month. And right now we really have 2 phases of furlough. The first phase is what we presented last month, which was from April 20th to June 29th. And the numbers below, 51 employees were furloughed from April 20th to June 29th. And those 51 will be returning back to work, assuming they haven't found other jobs on June 29th. We then have had 33 employees actually return early from their furlough. This is because buildings have opened, some programs have started back up again. And then the next category, which is 33 as well, are employees that were furloughed in this first phase of April 20th that are being extended through September 20th. And the reason these employees are being extended is because they're in areas where we still have building closures, we still have services that aren't being provided, but we do anticipate that these services and buildings will be open as the year progresses. So we certainly did not want to consider these employees for layoff. And then finally, the fourth category of 4 employees, this really is our phase 2 round of furloughs. And these employees started their furlough on June 1st and will be furloughed through September 20th. And we will be reviewing these furloughs at the end of August once we have more financial information and we know more information. And then the third category is vacancy holds. So we have 103 throughout the city. And these are positions that are open right now that we're just not going to fill for the end of the year. I do want to point out both furloughs and vacancy holds are really one-time cuts to employees. So as we look forward into 2021, the savings this year would not go to next year unless we decided to do something additional with some of those. In the right-hand column, again, is our non-standard seasonal, temporary, or intern. And we did terminate 68 of our non-standard staff, and we furloughed 472. Again, a lot of those were in Parks and Rec and OSMP and library. I will say, though, of the 472 that we furloughed, we have already called back 77, with an additional 68 coming back before the end of June. So what we're finding is that when we call some of these employees back, they actually don't come back for different personal circumstances, whether it's getting another job or some other reason. Next slide, please. So here's our labor reductions by department, and I apologize again, it's pretty small, but what I think it really shows is that cuts were really taken across every department in one form or another. There's not one department that hasn't felt any pain from the COVID situation. Also, as you can see, parks and library are definitely the most impacted due to the closures and program cancellations. Next slide. So in this slide, we really quantify what are the reductions that were taken. The top category is our standard staff, and the bottom chart is our non-standard staff. And I will say, if you compare this to what Cara presented earlier, we actually budget non-standard in our non-personnel, so that's why the 9.4 will align with what Cara indicated as personnel savings. But you'll see we have 4 categories here. I've talked already about layoff, furloughs, and vacancy holds. I will talk about holiday furloughs in a couple slides later, but we have over $10 million of staffing reduction savings through the actions that we have taken so far this year.
Cheryl?
Mary?
Yes, please. I just wanted to pause here and extend my heartfelt sympathy and gratitude to all the employees that have been terminated and furloughed. It's an immense sacrifice for the greater good, and I just want to thank them for their service. And my heart goes out, and I just want to say thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
I think that's on behalf of all of City Council. Thank you so much.
I totally agree. Next slide. So we wanted to provide some data regarding the racial equity breakdown of the reductions that we have made. And we have 3 columns. The first column is the pre-reduction benchmark. So this is before all of the COVID reductions hit, what our employee base looked like. And I will say the breakdown of this and the percentages almost change on a daily basis. We have people leaving the organization, coming into the organization. This data was as of June 1st, so I kind of want to caveat that. The second category is layoffs and terminations. This does not include furloughs. It is only the layoffs and terminations that we've made. And then the third category is what we look like after the layoffs and terminations. So it's basically the pre-reduction minus the layoffs and terminations. Are there any specific questions on this slide? No? Okay, next slide, please. So I talked about what we're calling the holiday furlough, and this is a furlough that impacts all current city staff except for emergency personnel and fire, police, and OSMP. So think of those folks that wear uniforms. Those people will all be exempt from this for obvious reasons. Another thing I want to really point out about our plan for the extended, the holiday closures and holiday furloughs is we are not allowing employees to take vacation days during these furloughs. The point of the furlough really is a budget reduction strategy. We also want to point out that the furlough days that we're indicating here are days that the city will be closed. So it's similar to a holiday. Certainly there are operations that are 24/7 that will continue on. If we have a big snowstorm on Thanksgiving, we still will have plows out similar to any holiday, but all other city services will be closed just like any other holiday. And what we tried to do, we actually want to thank the city of Denver as we tried to base our model on their model. We tried to base these furlough days based on holiday weekends. really for a couple of reasons. First of all, a lot of employees are taking off or would like to take off a longer weekend. And second, we find that the workload and the public interaction tends to decline a little bit around holidays. So that's a big reason. Another thing I want to point out about the furloughs is we really tried to be intentional and space the furloughs out so that there's not one pay period where an employee would have more than one day without pay. So that's why these are spaced out the way that they are. We definitely don't want to put undue harm any more than the furlough itself on the staff. So again, this is the list of our days. It totals to 6 total unpaid days for all staff except personnel in fire, police, and OS&P. Next slide. So really right now, before we get into the last 2 parts of our presentation, we just wanted to pause for questions that you might have on anything that Cara and I have presented this evening.
Great, thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks.
Turn to council. Anyone have any questions? Okay, I don't see any, Cheryl, so I think you can go on. I do just want to say this is a very comprehensive presentation going all the way from macro down to exactly what we're doing within the organization. So very helpful, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So the next section, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Joseph to talk about the 2021 recommended council budget focus brought to you by the Financial Strategy Committee.
Thank you so much for the previous presentation. It was very comprehensive, again, as was mentioned by Sam. So whether it is the city staff, city council, or the strategic committee, we are looking holistically at the 2020 budget. So as a reminder, the city provides many valuable programs and services to community members. With limited resources, it is important to acknowledge which programs and services are essential, important, helpful, or considered amenities, especially in the time of the coronavirus or, the current time that we're living in. With public safety as a #1 priority, it is also important to prioritize use of funds that address the most basic needs and health of the community, utilizing dedicated funds in accordance with those requirements. Also, we follow public health guidelines, which will limit the community access to facilities and programs and will reduce city staffing levels. We will continue to focus on advancing racial equity by making long-term strategy decisions that do not negatively impact but uplift communities of color and other historically marginalized groups. We will also make data-informed decisions that consider service level impacts and stated matrix. We also recognize the city is largely a service organization and our employees are our greatest assets in providing those services. So the city will preserve investment in employee training and workforce development. So this is our proposed 2021 council budget focus.
Great, thank you, Junie. Any council member questions? Great, seeing none, I think we can go on with the presentation.
Good evening, Council. Kirk Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. You can go to the next slide. So over the past few days, you've received a number of emails about the reduction of the Housing and Human Services budget over the last 3 years. The information in that email was correct. However, it's not the full story. And so I've got three slides here that I wanted to explain and give a little more detail that I think would be helpful for you as well as the community. So I'm going to separate for a minute the housing budget from the human services budget. But the housing budget receives a great deal of its income from cash in lieu payments from developers, as well as commercial linkage fees. On the graph down at the left, you'll see how it sort of goes all over the place, the amount of cash in lieu that we receive from year to year. You can see that it goes all the way from $1 million to 11 million within a 12-month span. It has been going down over the last 3 years. This year, we're halfway through the year, and we have collected $105,000 in cash in lieu. Linkage fees, as you're well aware, those linkage fee amounts have been going up a bit each year. 2019 was a pretty spectacular year. 2020, we're down a bit from that, but again, we're halfway through the year. Next slide. So this is to sort of show the investments that we've made in housing since 2010. There's been really good progress over the last few years. Almost 1,500 units of affordable housing have been added to the city. You can see we went from 5.6% to we're currently 8.3%. We'll probably be closer to 8.5% or higher by the end of the year. And that's all moving towards our 15% goal in 2035, which you as council adopted. Next slide. So let's go along year by year. I think this will be helpful, particularly for the individuals that emailed you over the last few days. So the top line is our housing budget. You can see in 2015 it was 28 million, went down to 21 in 2016, and then in 2020 it's 29 million. And the caveat there is that includes our adjustment to base, which is currently in process right now. So it's important for the public to know that for the housing portion of our budget, we typically budget relatively conservatively, and then we adjust it as we go through the year based on how the income is coming in and based on opportunities we have to invest in affordable housing projects. So the budget number that was quoted in the email, I think, was about 21 million. That number was correct, but it didn't take into account the ATB, which is currently in process. That puts us relatively even with last year. The human services budget over those years, you can see, has gone up pretty significantly, and in large part that's based on the sugary beverage tax. That is a new fund that started coming in 2018 and has certainly grown, and it's been a great fund to support a lot of our lower income households and families in support of healthy services. Below that, you'll see housing expenditures and human services expenditures. So you'll see that our investments in housing went up quite a bit in 2017. They've been very strong over the last 3 years. Currently, we've put in $4.8 million into affordable housing developments or projects. that will certainly go up between now and the end of the year. However, we will be monitoring our cash and lieu income and other income to ensure that we're staying within the cash flow that we have at the time. Human services expenditures, you'll see that those have grown over the years, and this year, halfway through the year, we're pretty much on target. And then the last...
Kurt, can I interrupt? I'm sorry, I just have a quick question. I'm looking at the 2019 line on the column, and you've got the human services budget of 18.5 and human services expenditure of about 13.4. So where's the missing 5 million? Is that all distributed by the Health Equity Fund, or what's the gap there?
So that's part of that will be a carryover to the next year. And as a lot of that is the Health Equity Fund. We budgeted that relatively low because the tax had not been implemented yet. So it's taken us until this time to actually recognize how much income comes in from that tax. So that allows us, in particular, we've got, so in 2020, we're expecting to, you'll see there's a big increase in the budget there from 18 to 23 million. So it was our expectation 2020 to be spending more of that fund than in the previous year.
Okay, great. And I've got a question from Mark as well.
Yeah, just a definitional question, Kurt. Housing expenditures, is that essentially brick and mortar expenditures?
Are you referring to the housing budget?
Well, the housing expenditure line, 22.
Yes. Okay. Yep. So the majority of it is yes, and then there's also a bit in there for the salaries of staff that work on these projects and various admin costs and that sort of thing that go along with the work that we do. But certainly more than, typically more than 80% to 90% of those funds are going towards brick and mortar.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Kurt. Go ahead.
So I'm almost done here. The last two lines shows in numbers what you saw in a graph when I started off. The cash and lieu payments that come in each year, and then the linkage fees. So part of the story here is that our income for housing and human services, but particularly housing, varies quite a bit from year to year, and it requires the implementation of adjustments to base through the year to really optimize those resources. So that's the end of my my 3 slides there to really sort of answer the questions that were brought up in those emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. We have a question from Mary.
Just a real quick one, Kurt. Thank you for the presentation and for the efforts in putting it together. I recall that there is a dedicated human services fund that comes from sales tax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And where does that show up in this is in the human services budget?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so that would be like up until 2018, it would be the 8.2, 8.5, and 10.9 million.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, for the most part, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Majority of that.
Great, thank you.
Yep. I've got Aaron.
Thanks for that, Kurt, to provide some context for those numbers. So my question is, so you see how we've been doing well in the last few years. How are we going to, protect these funds and these services for, the folks who are in the most need in our community, through this downturn?
Yeah, that's a great question, Aaron. As we've gone through this budgeting process, we've really prioritized what we would see as the critical needs in our community. And so we've, the filter that we've used in redefining our budget for this year, we've targeted food security, rent and housing security, child care support, homeless services, and health and mental health services. So things that are outside of that are where we really made our cuts. And so we've had to redistribute funds to be able to continue to support those and actually create additional resources as needed. One example I could give is, rent supports. We gave out our rent support to EFA early, our second payment early this year, and ensuring that we still have resources to support that further in the year. So we've really gone through a prioritization process to enable the critical services remain.
Thanks for that. So, we saw in an earlier slide that there have been cuts to the city budget really across the board. But what I'm hearing from you is that we're prioritizing, keeping as much as possible those services for folks of lower income or marginalized communities.
Absolutely, that's correct.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
So I don't see any more questions, and thank you, Kirk, very much for that comprehensive look at your budget. Cheryl, I think we're ready for the last bit.
Yep. So we just have one more slide. Next slide, please. And I also want to thank Chris for working the slides for us this evening. So next steps, we are coming back to you in July and August to provide updates on our assumptions and sales tax. These will be shorter updates. Both Rich and Brian will not be here in July or August, but they will be back in September for our 2021 budget study session. And then of course we have our budget hearings in October later this year. Next slide. I think that's it. So if there are any other questions, we'd be happy to answer.
I do not see any hands up at this moment. Anyone else have any questions for Cheryl before we move on? Okay, so I don't see any questions. Jane, I think I'm going to turn to you and Cheryl and ask, what would you like from council? We've got the update. What kind of input would you like from us?
I guess from my point of view, this was intended for you to see where we're going and the work that we've done to reduce the budget and to show you that indeed we are achieving the goal that we set for ourselves, which is to keep a balanced budget for this year. So our questions to you are you okay with the direction that we have shown you? Is there anything else that we can do or any concerns that you have about how we're moving forward with 2020?
You're good. Thank you. I'll turn to council and look for raised hands. I have some thoughts, but I'd be happy to hear from anyone else who wants to weigh in on where we're going. Okay, so Mark?
Yeah, Jane, I really appreciate what you guys have been doing. This is obviously a very, very difficult process. It's a heart-wrenching process in some ways, and it's obviously not enjoyable for anybody. I think you've taken a balanced approach between looking at postponing capital improvements and, unfortunately making some personnel reductions. I think you've spread the pain around in a fairly equitable manner. I think you've kept your eye on the ball with respect to equity considerations. I guess the only question I would have for you is if we have a significant additional downturn, will you be prepared for that as well?
Yeah, so the answer to that is that's why we're coming back to you in July and August and also September and onward, because we want to keep our finger on the pulse of our sales tax receipts and all of the income that we've got. And we're going to be super careful to make sure that we're staying within bounds. If a time comes where we're seeing that we're ending up with one of the less favorable scenarios, we will be meeting internally with our executive budget team to make further recommendations for cuts, and you'll see what those are. So we're really paying close attention this year to this.
I think you've done a great job in a very difficult situation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, many thanks to Cheryl and Cara for their hard work.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all.
Great. And I see no other hands up, so I'll jump in here and echo part of what Mark said. The presentation was super thorough, super comprehensive, pretty much all we could ask for, going from 100,000 foot down to 1,000 foot level. I want to echo Mary's regret at the employees that we're losing. It is bad for them. It's a setback for the city. To lose them. I appreciate their service very much, as Mary said, and look forward to the day when we can either hire them back or somebody to do their jobs. But today's not that day. Now's not that time. We're still in a cutting and recovery mode. Just for a little bit of context, if we had 20% reserves and we look at our general fund budget, the loss that we are experiencing in revenues that we expect would completely wipe out our reserves if we were not able to make cuts. And so this is a monumental hit to the city budget. It can't be overstated. It is very important to dig deeply into those reserves because, as staff has rightly pointed out, we could still have a flood or a fire in the middle of all of this. So kudos to staff for all the hard work that you've done to get us where we are. And Jane, I think your plan is right to update us once a month or once every 6 weeks to make sure that we are not missing any of the trends that staff is seeing on the revenue side, as well as how we're looking ahead to the 2021 budget. I know that we have heard from some members of the community that it's unfortunate that we're not making 2020 adjustments relative to policing and that we're putting it off till 2021. But I would remind the community that we're heading into the 2021 budget cycle right now. And we've just made our adjustments to base on the 2020 cycle. So this is the time for us to be having that conversation. It is a difficult conversation to be having in light of where we are with the overall budget. However, the 2021 budget has long been teed up by this council as one in which we're going to try and bring equity to the forefront and look at things in a holistic manner. And the coronavirus has kind of forced our hand in the sense that we are going to now prioritize everything as on a scale of 1 to 4, as Junie told us. And so that prioritization is going to be a big kind of tell on where we're going to end up with the 2021 budget. So again, thanks to all of staff. It's super hard work, as Mark said. You've done a great job telling us why you're doing the things you're doing and moving rapidly to make sure that we did not have to deplete our reserves. With that, Mary has a comment.
So I want to echo my thanks to finance staff and to Jane for all the work you've done on this front. And I also want to just, you know, as Sam was saying, the 2021 budget is going to really be looked at through the 4 categories that Junie outlined as our priorities that were outlined by her as well. And it's going to require not just the sacrifice of the employees that we spoke about earlier this evening, but it's going to require a sacrifice from all of us. And I just to ask the community to understand that there will be cuts in services. Things that we have enjoyed will not be available. And I would just ask that it's part of what we all have to give up in order to make sure that those that need to be taken care of are. And if you can't go swim every day, or you can't play tennis every day, whatever, it's a very small price to pay. And so I would just ask the community to keep that in mind, that we're all going to have to sacrifice things, and to just understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda, with the exception of the minutes of silence. Jane, I just want to check in, or Debbie, is there anything that we've left out before we move on to that subject?
I don't believe there is. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to turn to Junie and see, Junie, if you want to say something before Bob leads us into our minutes of silence.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the opportunity to reflect on this moment, and also relay some feedback on this moment of silence. And, I just wanted to put into context that these thoughts were thought of long before this meeting started. And I would like to add some more context to this moment of silence, because some community members have asked me to be more courageous and speak more firmly on what's going on around the country and also in Boulder, because I'm uniquely situated as the only Black member of this council. But I'm by no means speaking to all the varied experiences of all Black people in Boulder or in the United States. So as you reflect on those 8 minutes, please remember that Black Lives Matter, not just as a hashtag. And, as I'm reflecting as well with all of you, when I was attending the marches on Saturday, those were some of the words that were echoed by the speakers and also the protesters. That Black Lives Matter, not just as a hashtag. Black Lives Matter, not after they die. Black Lives Matters because they're human beings. Black people and all people of color in Boulder are asking us to stand for their rights while they are alive, instead of commemorating their deaths. And finally, alliance require more than just showing up at events. It requires reaching in for empathy and reaching out to get the work done through consultation with the communities we're advocating for. And whether we are at work or in the community, those who seek to be allies must refrain from silencing minority voices to amplify their own. So I think those were some of the words that I take back and reflect on during the marches during the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Bob?
Junie, thank you very much. That was very, very powerful, and gives us a lot to think about as we reflect here. So today was the day that George Floyd's family hosted a private memorial service in Houston and laid him to rest. As members of the Boulder City Council, we would like to join Mr. Floyd's family and others across the country who have taken time today to not only acknowledge his tragic death, but also to honor his life and the gifts he shared with others. So let's pause for the next 8 minutes and 46 seconds to reflect in silence and honor the life of George Floyd.
So
Thank you all. If there are no further comments or business, I'm going to gavel this meeting of the Boulder City Council closed. Thank you all for your time.